So welcome everyone to the Biel Grandmaster tournament, the 50th anniversary tournament of the Biel tournament, started in 1968, so a very special year. My name's Daniel King, and my co-commentator throughout the event is going to be Joe Gallagher here.
Hello.
Swiss Grandmaster, originally from England, 6-time Swiss champion. But today we have a very special guest, and that is Pavel Yanov. Thank you for joining us.
Hi.
From Ukraine. Who you've just been playing in Geneva, haven't you?
Yeah, yes, between Geneva and here in Biel, I spent with my wife in Côte d'Azur some holidays weekend. Yes, now I'm here, but I'm leaving tonight.
You're leaving tonight, okay. Yeah. So just tell everyone, what will you do if you're not playing in the Open tournament here, and not the Grandmaster? So what were you doing here in Biel, apart from joining us for the commentary?
Oh, but actually, it's first of all, of course, it's a great pleasure for me to be in here because I played in Biel first time in 2004, and it was a nice tournament for me. I shared first place, as far as I remember. And last time I played 2 years ago, and okay, it's really a pleasure for me. And unfortunately, I was unable to take part in the main event this year because I have an obligations to play in Macedonian League. So I'm leaving tonight, and but okay, still to spend here 2 days to play in Rapid. And unfortunately, it was not successful for me, but it was first tournament in 2 years for me in Rapid.
Okay, so but this Rapid tournament that I should say took place yesterday was incredibly strong. There were some really strong players in it. So what did you score in the end?
I scored +3, but I think it's quite modest result.
So how many rounds?
9.
So 6 out of 9.
6 out of 9. Yeah.
Okay, and who was the winner of the event?
Maxime Lagarde.
Maxime Lagarde. Okay, from France.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, but tough. But there were a lot of very strong players. Etienne Bacrot played.
Yeah.
Sam Shankland, Salem Saleh played from the UAE. Yeah, very, very strong. And Joe, you played as well.
I played, but let's not talk about that.
Okay. Very good.
I lost to a lot of Indian boys.
That's the big danger with Open tournaments these days. A lot of Indian players.
If there's an Indian boy over here, he's going to be quite good.
Yeah. Did you play any Indians yesterday?
Actually, I beat one guy, yes.
Yeah.
And Vishnu.
Vishnu.
Yeah.
Tough?
Okay, more or less. It was okay. Maybe it was my best success in this.
Okay, yeah, of course. You know, there are so many strong young Indian players playing in Open tournaments these days. But just remind us, what did you score in Geneva? In the Geneva FIDE Grand Prix, I should mention.
Geneva, I got 4.5, so 50%. But
I remember seeing some of your games. You were winning games, losing games. You had a very, very, very interesting tournament. I loved your game against Nepomniachtchi. This was brilliant to Najdorf. Well, you beat his Najdorf anyway.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, this is the way how I play nowadays. I mean, so many ups and downs and roller coaster all the time. But okay,
yeah.
For spectators, it's nice to see. It's attractive. But
yeah.
For myself, I would say that I would prefer to be more stable.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, if I think back to you had a fantastic period a few years, well, maybe about a year ago, where you were gaining ELO rating in almost every tournament, and things were on the up. But okay, you've kind of dipped a little since then.
Yeah.
What are you working towards at the moment?
Sorry?
What are you working towards? What's your next big tournament?
I play World Cup now. After Macedonia League, I have 1 month before World Cup, and then most probably I'll play in Isle of Man, but probably how to say I would try not to be there in Isle of Man because it's coincide a little bit with World Cup.
Okay, so you'd like to progress in the World Cup.
If I will manage to qualify to final, then I'll be unable to play in Isle of Man. Yeah.
Listen, we should look at some chess. Let's take a look at the game between, first of all, Nico Georgiadis from Switzerland and David Navarra. Well, nothing too irregular on the board, very standard Scheveningen. So we're still just in the opening phase. Joe, you found yourself on the white side of this a few times.
And probably the black side as well.
Yeah, have you played the black side?
Yeah, I've played both sides of this position. It's pretty standard at the moment. I mean, it started off as a Najdorf and Nico played. Had it one move.
Yeah, let's just
into a Scheveningen.
Just go from the top.
Yeah.
So Nico with white. Najdorf.
Okay.
Do you ever find yourself on? Okay, against Nipomnishi, he played e5.
Yeah.
Now e6.
E5 is much more popular nowadays. Yeah.
E6 is more popular now, you would say?
No, E5.
Yeah, because we always played E5, both of us, yeah.
Exactly.
In the old days, that was our move. But I occasionally played E6 for a change.
Yeah. E6 it's more playable option probably with less forced play, I would say.
Yeah, there's more tension in the position. Yeah, which probably suits Navarra. Of course, he outrates Georgiadis heavily.
A4 is a solid option, of course. You don't have to play with A4 with white. There's quite a few other lines where you can play with bishop E3 and you can play with A3 later, some G4s. You don't have to play A4, but that's like, it's a solid version.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the first sort of decision, really.
But we're in a very heavily analysed position, aren't we? Oops, we've gone a few more moves on, so it's gone like this. Took on D4 and bishop D7.
Yeah, actually, I also played probably kind of this line. Maybe exactly the same position. I played against Kovchan.
With black or white?
With black.
Yeah.
I'm not sure actually, but I think so. This is I'm not probably not the exact position, but ideas are similar here.
Yeah.
So if E5, then he just play knight E8, I think, and black is fine probably. It's more or less typical.
Yeah, it's funny to go backwards.
Yeah, but actually, white has some weaknesses also, so it's not that easy to play for white.
Well, it's a provocative opening by black.
Yeah, of course it's.
But okay, that's what he wants to do. He wants to provoke him to create
weaknesses. To provoke. Yeah, that's correct.
But I seem to remember, was this? No, maybe not exactly this position. It reminds me of one of the Anand Kasparov games, actually. I can't remember whether it's exactly this line. Maybe it's slightly different.
Yeah, it was a bit different. With knight b3 probably.
Yeah, but there was a line where there was one of the games they took on d4, the game that Anand won, maybe game 9 in their World Championship. Anyway, we need a database to look it up. But all right, but we're still in very early stages. It's still theoretical. But okay, I think we can say Navarra is the heavy favourite in this game, and I think he has what he wants, an interesting position. So let's move on to Rafael Vaganyan.
So it's pretty drawish line.
Against Hari Krishna. Well, that's very interesting. Well, you say it's pretty drawish. To those of us looking at this without a theoretical eye, this looks like a very random position. So, how would you describe the play of Rafael Vaganyan?
So, of course, he is more or less inactive, but at his peak, at his top, he was a fantastic player. With very entertaining style, and I don't know, maybe he was number 3 or number 4 at his highest. I'm not sure, but he was sure. Yeah, in 70s, maybe in early 80s, and he was very strong player.
Yeah. Well, of course, he played for the Soviet team on several occasions. So we have this Vienna variation. Joe, do you ever find yourself on any side of this?
I'm afraid I've never found myself, but I have looked occasionally, you know, because I see games as well. Yeah. But no, I don't really have much knowledge theoretically.
But okay,
it's a fun position. I've looked at it a few times.
Yeah, but it's interesting you say this is a very drawish line, whereas those people looking at this would think, hang on, this is pretty wild. You know, what's going on with White's king? So explain why you say this is a drawish line.
Yeah, it's funny because I had one game long time ago against Yakovenko. I played with White against Yakovenko, and I mixed some variations. There are some well-known drawish line with knight takes e6 at some point, but I don't remember where exactly. And during the game against Yakovenko, it was like 10 years ago in Foro Super tournament in Ukraine. I mixed everything, and then I realized that if I will not force the draw, maybe I will be in completely unknown territory. So I decided, okay, take on e6 and give some perpetual. It looks like a prearranged or some kind of just a quick draws, but actually I mixed everything here, and actually if you don't know how exactly to play, it's not that easy, of course, for White. You can find yourself also in the worst position because, okay, of course, White has a pawn less.
But this is basically what you're saying is this is an incredibly well analyzed position. So when you say it's drawish, so it's very forcing often, and you know, computers have worked this out often to a kind of forced draw. But however, is Vaganyan up on his theory? I can't imagine he works that hard on his theory, which is probably a good choice for Hare Krishna, maybe?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. We'll see. It's not that clear, yes. This is a question of, rook h3, it's very natural.
Yeah. But also, I mean, Vaganyan's a fantastic attacking player, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, I think he was number 3 or 4 in the world, as Pavel said, and he used to play brilliant, creative more than attacking, I would say.
Yes.
Wonderful games. He played the French with bishop a5 in a sort of great way. I was on the receiving end a couple of times. I played him quite a lot, actually, in the old days. And so my first game in the Swiss team was actually against Vaganyan with black, and I suddenly sacrificed 2 pieces to get a draw on move 25 in English. So it was quite an experience. But I played him many times, probably lost 3 or 4. Drew 3 or 4. Yeah, he was good.
Yeah.
And he's invited here because he won the Interzonal in 1985 in Biel. So he's like a special guest for the 50th anniversary tournament.
So he's a class act.
So I mean, that was like over 30 years ago he won the Interzonal. But he's still, you know, I don't know if he's playing very much at the moment, but he's a very, very strong player.
Yeah, so he's 65 years old.
Did he play the final of the candidates or not against Andrei Sokolov? Or was that the semi-final? And 85, 86, when Sokolov played Karpov and ended his career. I think he played Vaganyan in the final, or Yusupov and Vaganyan, so he got, you know, he went a long way. So, you know, he's a great player,
Definitely, yeah.
Part of the Armenian school, there was Laputyan as well.
So Queen b4. So, but I mean, I think it's slightly ominous that already, let's just look at the clock times. Okay, Vaganyan hasn't used actually so much time.
I'm sure he must know what he's doing. I mean, you know, he's done a bit of prep, even if he's been out of touch. He's going to have worked a bit. This is a sharp line. He's going to know what he's doing in this position. I'm pretty sure. Maybe he's got some sack that's going to end in a perpetual.
Let's see. Okay, an interesting position. Let's move on. So we have Noel Studer against Peter Lecker. And, oh, well, that's a really interesting position. Let's go from the top. Now, Joe, of course, Noel is a Swiss teammate of yours. So what can you say about Noel at the moment?
Well, he's just become a Grandmaster. I'm not sure he's got it officially, but he's just made his 3rd and final norm. He's improving quite fast. I mean, he was like probably quite a bit weaker than Nico before, and now he's caught him up, and they're probably about the same strength. I think he went to a school where he studied chess 20 hours a week, something like this. They have a special school for like sports people, I think, you know.
Yeah.
So he went to a school, and he spent at least 20 hours of his curriculum was devoted to chess. And maybe, I'm not sure if he has some training. I think he's working with Dorfman at the moment. So he's got, he's got some good high quality trainer behind him. And he's improving fast, and he's very serious. I think he's going to be a very good player.
Yeah, I was chatting to him.
That's my feeling anyway. He's only how old? 20, 21 years old?
That's right. I think he's 20.
I mean,
where are my notes gone?
I think he's 20.
Yeah.
So I think he's on the way up. I mean,
And Pavel, when was the last time you saw Peter Leko play a Benoni?
Actually, I have also something to say about Studer.
Yeah, go on.
Because, I didn't know about, hardly knew about the existence of this player before yesterday. But yesterday I lost to him.
Okay.
So now you know about him.
Actually, it was also after move 3, it was the same position.
This position?
Yeah, but I would love to play c5 actually, because the way I played, I played d5, then knight f3. Normally, I gave a check, bishop b4, bishop d2, and I played bishop d6. Normally, I play bishop e7. I decided to play more tricky line, but actually he knew better than me what to do here. And,
so you chose to divert, but he knew it better than you.
Yeah, and then I had normal position, but he played very quick, very fast, and at some point I just blundered in one move.
But he put you under pressure.
He put me under pressure. I wouldn't say that he played all the time the best moves, but he played normal moves, and very, very quickly, which is a very good strategy in rapid chess.
Of course, yeah. But today, Peter Leko has played a Benoni. Well, as I said.
I would love to play this position with black yesterday.
But when was the last time we saw Leko playing a Benoni? So that's fantastic. So instead of playing, his normal d5 and Catalan or something like this, he's basically got a very unbalanced position.
Well, he's probably taken a look at the lineup, and this is a game that he probably feels he has to try and win, even with the black pieces.
But I remember last year, Noel played the white side of this in the Benoni. So I guess that Leko has done his prep.
I played this position with white pawns against Sugiro. Actually, it's very much unclear. It's a very, very complicated line.
Okay, we've got a couple more moves. It's gone.
I think Leko played it already, but I'm not sure. It was like a few years ago, but I'm not sure against whom he played. Against some 26 player, but I don't remember. I can say against whom exactly.
I think we need to, Joe, whack on
get
the database
I can have a
going.
quick look, see if got Leko's games.
Because I have a funny, I have a funny feeling that last year we saw something like this here in Biel, where Noel was playing. So it'd be interesting to see that. Let's just check the clock times, because that gives us a little indication of how they're both feeling about the position. No, I think there's some kind of malfunction with the clocks, so I can't see the clock times at the moment. Okay, well let's try and work our way through this. So to take or not to take, I suppose if takes, then suddenly the rook activates, which is rather pleasant, but this pawn doesn't look too clever either.
Actually, I would say that it's more easier to play with black this position.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I'm 100% sure that Peter knows what to do, and I think he knows a couple of more moves at least. And actually for white,
Can we go back to move? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go on,
Move
Joe.
15, he played rook b1, bishop g7. Well, Leko had this position in 2014 with black against Potsny in Bilbao.
Fantastic. Joe, tell us what happened.
So the game went knight c4 on move 15. Is that bishop g7, knight c4? And now Leko played knight a6. Is that what he played today, or he played knight d7 today? Or?
No, today, instead of knight c4, Studer played e4.
Okay, well, this
So-
game went knight c4, knight a6,
Yeah.
queen b3, which was a novelty from Potsdam. And then game went rook b8, a4, knight b4, e4, and I think the game ended in a draw.
Yeah. And Joe, while you I'm guessing e4 has been played before as well,
I think
just on move
I'll have
15.
a quick look, see if I can
Okay.
find it.
Well, that's interesting. He's declined.
Yes, e4 has been played before
Yeah.
by Mr. Elyanov. So I think
We've got the right man.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what you're talking about. This is good. So who were you playing against?
Against Sugirov.
Sugirov. Okay.
Yeah, I won, but actually the position is very much unclear.
Did it follow this, or how did it go?
Yeah, I think I played it, but here I'm not sure. Maybe he played something different.
on move 16 he played b5 after queen
Yeah, yeah.
f3.
Yeah,
Your
yeah,
game is
it's
Sugirov.
draw, yeah.
And there's some commentary here that says it was rather
It was a mistake. Yeah.
Oh, you played
Played an
b5.
unfortunate way, b5, rook e1, bishop a6, which gets a question mark here.
Okay, thanks, Joe, for reminding Pavel how the game went. Okay, but the game today went bishop h6. Here, and now Peter has played queen h4 immediately.
So actually, I think it's also Studer preparation as well, but because
Yeah.
he is playing also rather fast, and also he knows a little bit what he is doing.
Yeah. Okay, so what do we do about this pawn? Do we push?
Yeah, it's of course it's first intention to play this. Yeah, I think he will play it.
And then what?
Okay, I mean bishop f4 then h3 probably.
Bishop f4 to b5 maybe, I don't know, or f4.
Now what?
Just h3.
You think just h3? Put it
Maybe
here.
not. Maybe he'll start with bishop d7 or
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
just to play.
Yes.
And just develop. He's got good
Something.
comp for the exchange, positional comp.
Okay, it's a very much unclear position,
Mm.
but I prefer to play with black.
Yeah.
You prefer to play with black,
Yeah.
even though you played it with white.
No, but I know.
You've learned
a
from
little bit.
experience. Yeah. I would also prefer black, but
Yeah.
I'm not saying, I agree it's not clear, but it's nicer to play sometimes with the initiative rather than defending with extra material. Two bishops against rook and knight.
Okay, so just a quick recap because I want to go through all the games. That's the position that is on the board at the moment. Let me just hang on.
How much time has Noel used?
I mean, they've both been moving very quickly. We can't. There seems to be a problem with the clocks, but that's the position on the board. Okay, interesting game. Let's switch to Alexander Morozevich against Ho Yifan. I remember first time I saw Alexander Morozevich was in London. I think he won the Lloyds Bank Open with 9.5 out of 10.
Was it 9.5? I remember.
I think
there
it was
as well.
9.5.
What year was that? 95, 94?
I think it was 94.
94, yeah.
And then through winning that, he qualified for, there was a wildcard place in the Intel
I
Grand
remember
Prix.
that, yeah.
And he played the Bishop's Gambit against Anand. And he crushed him. I mean, Morozevich crushed Anand. It's a brilliant game.
He and 5 and d4.
Instead of c3.
Instead of playing e5 and knight f1,
Sure.
usual.
But
This time he's probably just...
Maybe c3 it's a little bit different story because the main move is c5 instead of c3.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
after
Yeah.
c3 it's already a bit different because
And so on.
yeah, here it's not that easy to play in the queen side for black, but with c3 pawn then black has already some targets to attack. Yeah.
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 So how's he going to do this?
It's probably going to hit. White's going to play differently. I don't think White will just go for the attack.
Actually,
he's playing in e5, d4 probably.
Actually, mostly in this kind of position, Black is fine.
Yeah, normally. But okay, as you say, Morozevich likes to go his own way.
Yeah, of course.
So, have you played against Alexander very much?
No, not much. I think last time, like 2011, maybe.
Yeah. And
probably it was the best tournament in the last 5 or 6 years for him. He crushed Saratov Super Tournament. We played in Saratov and he made like maybe +5 in a strong field, and he beat me, and he beat a lot more good players. So I don't know, somehow now he is more or less retired, but I don't know, he is a fantastic player. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, he's very mercurial, isn't he? Sometimes plays incredibly well, but he's playing lots of blitz and rapid.
Is he? I mean, he used to be world number 2, of course. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, he was world number 2 not that long ago.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a wonderful player, but he's a bit up and down. He's probably not the most stable character from what I've heard. But I'm not sure. I mean, that's just rumours, you know. But I mean, he's, you know, he's a bit like the Andre Agassi of chess. You know, Andre Agassi was world number 1 and dropped to number 100. Yeah. And I think Alexander's just, you know, he was the world number 2, and I mean, he's, you know, chess fans love him, the way he plays the game. I mean, it's wonderful, you know.
Also, I played against him first time in 2005. I think it was a really fantastic game, one of the most attractive in my life. I played with White, and at some point, I could make a second queen on the board, but it was not the best move. Queening with check was not the best move.
Right.
It was fantastic game where you can check it, but
okay, we might look out for that.
Yeah, this is how he usually plays. I mean,
it's interesting. We can see him staring into the audience. He's not looking at the board. He's he looks slightly distracted, doesn't he?
It's his move, and he's
searching for inspiration somewhere. Okay, listen, let's move on, because we haven't looked at the final game, which is okay. And if I think we can say that this one is could be a very close battle. In fact, we have some stats of Etienne Bacrot and Ruslan Ponomaryov. According to my sources,
reliable.
According to my sources, they've played 26 times.
Okay, that's quite a lot of games.
Yeah, they've had 14 draws and 6 wins, 6 losses, 6 apiece.
Oh, so this is the final, the decider of their match.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not surprising, because we are in the same age.
They're the same age, yeah.
Me and Pona and Bacrot, we are all the same age.
You're the same age as well?
Yeah.
Did you play in the Disneyland Under-12 tournament? Where these two, I've noticed these two played for the first time in 1994, and it was a terrible game. I saw that Ponomaryov lost his queen, but played on for about 25 moves, a queen down. But that was at Under-12. It was a Tarash, actually, so things have changed.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. So Bacrot won their first encounter.
Bacrot won, well, I assume it was their first encounter.
Disneyland Paris.
Disneyland Paris, 1994.
I was going to say, was I at that tournament?
You were
not
probably
playing, but a little
bit too old.
A little bit too old. No, I wasn't at that tournament. I was there in 98.
Oh, okay.
I was acting as an MC.
Okay, right.
And teaching chess and giving lectures, and it was fantastic fun. Okay, I remember at the closing ceremony. So all these kids playing this junior tournament had a fantastic time, and of course they could go on the rides and Disneyland Paris. It was great fun. At the closing ceremony, they had Mickey Mouse, who was on the stage presenting stuff and kind of waving like that. But Mickey Mouse seemed a bit out of it to me. Maybe you have to be a bit out of it to be
Mickey Mouse.
To be a bit Mickey Mouse, yeah. They were kind of, And actually, when this person inside took their head off, it was a girl.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it was a Grandmaster.
No, it wasn't. No, it was a girl. Mickey Mouse was a girl.
Okay.
And she seemed a bit out of it to me.
Okay.
I think maybe she had to get in the right frame of mind.
Yeah, probably a bit.
Anyway, here we go. So, Queen E3. He doesn't want to give up a pawn. Mike seems to have gone off, but don't worry about that. Hopefully we can still be heard online, but I don't know. Oh, testing. Super solid. Okay, well.
I predict a draw.
You predict a draw.
Yeah. I think White's probably got a tiny advantage in this sort of position, but probably need more minor pieces to make something of this sort of position. Black's going to break.
Solid.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Very hard to make anything wrong. But Pavel, you'd be pretty happy with White. You got your bishops, you know.
Yeah, actually, I would love to play this.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, for White, it's more comfortable to play this position, and okay, Black is very solid, but at the same time, he is lacking counterplay. It's probably okay. I mean, for Pona, it's he's tend to hold this position with this, but okay, it's a matter of style probably.
Yeah, but Pona would be happy with this, you think?
I wouldn't say heavy, but he's okay at least.
Yeah. Well, okay, you must know him very well, of course. You play on the same team.
Yeah.
Ukrainian team has been doing incredibly well in, for example, the Olympiads over the last few years. So, well, you were so close, so close to winning in Baku.
Yeah.
So, how do you get a good team spirit together?
Actually, I don't know. It was never. Was never a question for the team, or Ukrainian team. Somehow we have a good atmosphere always, and okay, I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay. Oops. Testing. Yeah. Very good.
So do you think Black will try and break with E5 or C5 to try and...
Well, okay, here's a provocative move. Instead of, okay, we could move the queen, but if I play this move...
Just take and go back with the queen.
Okay, how am I going to recapture?
Okay, whatever, maybe queen c2.
Okay, queen c2. I play here. So...
But now we're looking to play bishop f4 next move. Well, not yet, because the knight will be on crease, but
not yet,
eventually. Maybe.
Okay, bishop somewhere, bishop f1, I don't know actually. White has a lot of options.
And if we play something like knight b6?
Still it's a little bit
followed
better.
by bishop f4. Do you think White has a little something, but not too much?
Yeah, I agree, yes.
But if I put
Knight
the
f8, you prefer knight f8, yeah.
Yeah, it's maybe G3, I don't know,
yeah.
to prevent.
Before this happens. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, it's very close to equality, but maybe still not completely equal.
We don't need to play e5.
I think he will play e6 at some point, and then he will just wait. Then maybe a5, and then to hold this position. It's very hard to break through for White.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe queen b6 or something.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it's not. No, it's not really relevant how he will play next. I think.
Yeah, he's just going to sit.
Yeah.
Sit and wait. Yeah. Okay, so we should do predictions, of course. So, are we predicting a draw in this game? What do you think?
I think a draw, yeah.
You predict a draw?
I think a draw.
Okay, I'm going to predict a draw. I'm going to write them all down. So, predicting a draw. Okay, we're all going to be very boring there. Okay, what about, let's go back to the top. So, Georgiadis Navarra.
Oh, something's happened.
Well, Nico thought for 7 minutes over e5, and then for 11 minutes over bishop f3, which is not a good sign.
Yeah,
He does like time pressure, Nico. He's a bit of a time pressure addict. And then bishop c6.
Yeah, actually, I prefer black here in this position.
Already?
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I think I would say it's more or less equal, and yeah, also not relevant who play with white or with black, but I would prefer black in this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if white doesn't get anywhere in the Sicilian in the long run, often black assumes the initiative because his structure is favourable. White king is also weaker in the long run. He can have problems on the back rank, or he's got the f pawn has moved. He's got less protection.
So I guess this knight could always come out via
Yeah, at some point
g6, knight g7, and yeah, it's pretty solid. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. So what are we going to predict there, guys? Joe?
Well, I feel that black might win, but I think I'll predict a draw.
You're going to predict a draw?
Yeah, I think it's going to be.
What are you going to predict? Because there's big money riding on this.
Yes, I take David. Yeah, I think
David.
he
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to take David as well.
Yeah, I'm being patriotic.
Okay, very good. All right, so what about Vaganyan against Hari Krishna? 95. Still looks theoretical to me.
I'll go for a black win.
Black win.
Yeah. It's a bit of a stab in the dark. I'm not up to date on the theory.
Joe's going for a black win. Yeah, that works now. Pavel, what do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, black win. Okay.
So we've got 2 black wins so far.
I've got to go for the draw then. I've got faith in Rafael. Okay, so Morozevich against Ho Yifan. Okay, we have some progress. So it's gone e5, knight queen e2, and a5.
Okay.
Okay, this time I'm going to ask Pavel first. Big money riding on this.
Yeah, actually this position is much. This is clearly most unpredictable for me.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Okay, maybe I'll take Hu Yifan.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay. Well, I'll go for Morozevich then. It's difficult to say.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I think
You're going to go for Morozevich. Okay, and I'm going to go for. Yeah, I'm going to go for Morozevich actually. There we are. And last one, Studer against Lecker, which is a very interesting position.
actually.
Okay, so we left the game around about here.
So probably they're on their own notes, or both probably.
Knight d7 played.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also interesting. Take, and okay, nice in game for black. I wouldn't say that it's better for black, but okay, still I prefer black, as I said before.
Yeah,
I've got to count the pawns. Black's got 1 pawn for
He's
the
only got
exchange.
1 pawn, but it feels like 2.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Because he's got this queen side. He's got
Yeah.
3 to 1 on the queen side, 2 potential passed pawns. The black squared bishop's going to be a very strong piece. And these, I mean, I think, I'm not saying black's better, but I think Lecker will be quite happy with this position. It's probably exactly what he was hoping for, you know, if he's playing for a win with black. But Noel was quite tough. So, but I think, yeah, not many chances for white to win, I would say.
I'm looking at some idea for black of playing h5 and then the knight comes back and then you can take it off.
Yeah,
And then, of course,
nice.
the knight will
Yeah.
dream square on e5 with these double pawns, of course.
Especially because of the white bishop on g2 with that pawn structure.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like a terrible piece.
Yeah. So, okay, you're going to go for. Are we going to go for
Yeah, maybe I
Win
think
for Lecco?
at least I can give at least 50%.
So we're going. I'll go for Lecco as well.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Go for Lecco.
we're going for a lot of black wins here.
Yeah.
Technically, Peter is fantastic. It has to be said. This is, yeah, he would enjoy playing this endgame if he stabilizes.
Yeah.
Then yeah. So I'm going to for Peter as well. But I would have thought that Noel would have analysed this endgame. So.
Yeah, maybe we're being a bit. I mean, as a King's Indian player, I like these black squared bishops.
Yeah.
When you've got the black square bishop unopposed in this sort of position, it squares on e5 and d4 for the bishop.
Okay.
Well, it's not easy.
Let's stick with this one for the time being, and all right, we're battling with white. We need to find a decent plan for white.
So do we consider h5 a threat?
Could be a threat, yeah.
Let's have a look at.
I'm just wondering if we need to play rook e1 actually, and also it does allow the bishop to come out. So, but I think it is a threat. Yeah, it looks like it to me. So okay, I'll play rook e1, and I can always bring the bishop back to cover some squares. Over to you.
Still h5 is possible under then.
Yeah.
Knight e5.
Yeah.
Knight e5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I wouldn't say that black is better, but
No, it's just quite a pleasant position to play for black.
Yeah.
I think.
I can't even do the normal move, of course, because this is it's tough.
I don't really like. Do we need to play rook e1? Can we just go back a couple of moves? Because even though this bishop takes on e3, black's king side could be a bit weak in that position. And he's still quite undeveloped. Maybe white could take the initiative somehow, if that happens. With some bishop h3 come in and taking on, on g6.
Depends how quickly the king.
It takes a little while for black to get his queen side out, and the king side is over. I'm not sure it's exactly a threat, and I don't really like rook e1 because you can't play moves like bishop f1, which you're going to want to play and as we looked at.
Okay, but in that case, what
about rook b3? Anyway, that also defends, and it's maybe
b3.
Maybe slightly more.
I'm worried about provoking.
Well, it's a little bit early for c4.
It's a bit early. Yeah.
okay,
I think.
maybe to try to develop white's bishop. Maybe to try to take on g6 and to play bishop h3. I don't know whether it works or not. Okay, because with such a bishop on g2, it's very hard to develop any initiative. I mean.
Okay, this looks far more sensible.
Well, white after knight e5.
Maybe
Knight takes e5, bishop takes h3.
Okay, maybe I don't know, maybe f3, but doesn't look.
Knight f6 check.
Doesn't look that good.
Check.
Knight f6 is just king g7, and then what to do?
When take on.
Take on c8, and knight is trapped.
Okay.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's good.
But as you say, f3, which is
It doesn't look good.
maybe this one first. Oh no, not that one. b7 is hanging.
Or maybe b6.
Okay, black is fine, of course, in any case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but still tricky. But this looks far the best. I mean, maybe just king g2 or something. At least white is activating. Yeah, it looks like the best suggestion.
Here, actually, bishop a6 also coming
from
this side.
True.
So not that easy. I mean, maybe check on f6 then, because white knights has a square on g4 now.
Okay, very tricky. Well, he's just taken on g6. So that's as far as I can see. Yeah, that's the position. F takes g6. So Peter is having a think here. But okay, this looks recapturing towards the center. Looks pretty normal. Let's move on. But an interesting position. Let's go to Nico against Navarra. So the rook has come opposite the queen. Okay, looks very, very normal. Okay, can he do this? Does this any good? What if I play queen b6?
Maybe black can even keep the queens.
Could also could take here.
I can take this.
Yeah,
What to do then?
this may be the problem. Yeah, takes here, and
This is slightly better for black, probably by now.
yeah,
This pawn
structure.
structure is not pleasant for white.
It already looks a bit better, at least. For
Maybe he
black.
has to take on d6 instead of.
Yeah,
Maybe it's not what he wants to do.
No,
but
not
maybe he
really.
can liquidate and exchange a lot of pieces.
take.
Maybe queen b6 now. You can take on. They can't. No.
Can't take here.
We take on c6. It looks like a slightly better position for black with the structure, but
Yeah.
maybe take on c7. Take on f3. Now white regrets playing king h1 in these endgames.
Yeah, takes a
You know,
long
it
time.
takes
to
a
come
few
here.
moves to get, while
Yeah,
I mean black is definitely slightly better, but
yeah. Maybe just rook d5 or. Oh, yeah, rook d5.
sort of position you get some pressure, but in the end it's often a draw.
Actually,
you know.
white is not forced to.
Well, I think I suppose
To play.
we'd rather not do this, of course.
Yeah.
Maybe some, I don't know, c3 or rook d1 maybe. No, c3 maybe it's a bit dangerous.
Yeah.
Because,
We take on e5. You just want to take that with a queen. And
okay, I don't know. It's more easier to play this black here.
Yeah, not easy. I think we've got another move. I'm just seeing Nico there has played. He is a bit of a time pressure addict. I worry for him.
yeah, it's his first time playing such a tournament. I think what he'll find is that all these very strong, experienced players are going to play very fast.
Yeah.
While in the tournaments, Nico, a bit like me, we take our time sometimes, and then when you play against a top guy, they often play so fast. That's one of the differences.
Yeah.
And so he might feel that here, playing against. So, yeah.
It's funny. I mean, at the moment Nico is he's a student.
Yeah,
he's studying in Zurich, so it's not easy for him. This year I saw that he's just had time to play team matches. He hasn't actually played tournaments.
Yeah, a couple of years ago he was playing full time after school, but then he decided he wanted to go to university. He preferred, I think at one point he was just going to be a chess player, but he decided he wants to study.
Yeah.
So he's doing media studies in Zurich University. If you think he wants to be a journalist, maybe he'll be joining us on the stage one day.
Well, he was here yesterday. He was good. He was good.
That's probably part of his university,
Yeah, he's going to write a dissertation. It's going to be on his CV.
But he's a very talented chess player. He's been, as from a very young age, he's been one of the best. But yeah, the last couple of years, even though he's become a grandmaster, he hasn't actually improved that much.
Yeah.
So,
okay, if you're devoting yourself to your studies.
I mean, also, people improve in chess. It's never like a straight line going up. It's in jumps, and you improve quite a lot. When you go back a little bit, a couple of years around that level, and another big jump. So he's probably at the end of his period where he hasn't improved too much.
Okay, so he's played queen c3.
I was thinking about that just before, actually. He wants to maintain this pawn on e5, probably because of a knight on e8 as well. Keep it passive.
And maybe he can play, if he can play a5 and get the bishop here, not bad. So what? Okay, well let me exchange here and see what happens. So I assume pawn takes.
Yeah.
Now what's our big follow-up?
Wow.
Not so easy, actually.
Yeah, not that easy.
he could
rook
take on e4, but it doesn't look the best. I mean, if he's not, then get his knight to d5 after queen takes queen, knight takes, bishop takes, knight d5.
Yeah.
And then maybe, but he's given up the bishop.
I know. It looks a bit funny, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
maybe white even can take on c3 immediately. I mean, I mean, take on e4 immediately.
Just like this. Oh yeah, to keep the knight here.
Keep the knight out, even though.
So white is not at risk here because here bishops are strong.
Yeah. This is better actually. Of course. Given, you know.
Okay, so what do we play? I mean, I was sort of toying with the idea of rook d5, which of course looks very risky. But
I think it's possible.
Possible. That's not a vote of confidence, is it?
Okay, what if bishop f4?
Bishop f4, yeah.
Maybe.
No.
Now maybe threatening knight f6 in some positions.
Yeah.
Not yet, maybe. Because it's not so clear, but it's certainly a motive in this position.
Yeah. If I had a good follow-up, I'd be pleased, but at the moment I can't quite see it. I need a good move. I can't find one. Yeah, okay, it doesn't look so great.
Well, black probably has solved the problem of his knight, but he can't really play g6, can
Maybe
he?
f5 was also...
That's an interesting idea.
Typical, but I mean, not here probably. Here just take on...
you can take,
But
here,
I've just seen what he's done.
I was thinking about rook c8, maybe.
Well, there you go.
5 not that good probably.
He's actually played rook c8.
He's played rook c8.
Yeah, because he wants to...
Yeah, this is better, not to release pressure, to play rook c8 immediately, because I felt about rook c8 after changing on e5, but here I think this is a better version.
Yeah. Sometimes you may be able to take and close with d5, of course. But still, we've got a very, very tense position there. So that's interesting. I mean, I think, well, I'm sure David will be pretty content with this kind of position, but Nico seems to be finding his feet. Okay, I think what we're going to do is we'll do a quick round of the boards, and then we'll take a very short break. So still very unclear there. Vaganyan Hari Krishna, quick assessment.
It's quite complicated.
Quite complicated, I'll take that.
As a quick assessment.
Then we have Studer against Leko, and he's played rook b, played your move.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I mean, you know, I like rooks on the third rank, are very active. They can, you know, look at that rank. It's all at 7 squares for the rook.
Okay, but
swing.
You prefer black?
Yeah, the assessment is the same. Maybe b6 here, play. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Rook b3 will also allow bishop h3 at certain moments is protected.
Yeah, true.
You know, and then.
So we prefer black, but unclear.
I prefer to play black. I'm not saying it's better.
Yeah.
That's
maybe,
all.
Yeah, maybe knight e5 immediately is fine also.
Okay, so unclear, but we kind of prefer black. Morozevich, Ifan. Okay, we're still at the start of the game, and well, I would put my money on Morozevich, but then again, I like these kind of positions with white. So
I mean, he's going for the usual plan with c3, and isn't he? He's probably not going to play d4.
Yeah.
He's just going to go h4, knight h2, knight g4, and try and deliver mate.
Well, it's nice that he might go for
e3,
might go
of
course.
E3 or
sometimes this.
And then knight takes d5.
And knight d5. Well, we've seen it 1,000 times.
Yeah, that's another way.
But I don't understand why she played queen c7.
Well, when did she play queen c7?
She played queen c7 on move 8.
Oh, okay. You think it's a waste of time?
Yeah, I thought they never did this.
Yeah.
In the old days they used to, but anyway. So we kind of like Morozevich's position, and Bakro against Ponomaryov, it went c3, queen c7.
They played d5.
And now d5. A shot in the dark. So I'm just working this out. Knight f6, presumably, does he have to play queen here? C4. Queen c4 only move, yeah? So just to explain, then we've got a bit of a pin there. So that black can't do that. Yeah, we won't play knight f6.
Okay, maybe it was inaccuracy for Ruslan.
Queen c7.
To give this possibility. Yeah.
So probably
you
e6
said
instead.
e6
Why
earlier,
not to
Pavel,
play
was...
e6? I mean, this is
Super solid.
Anyway, this is a move. I mean, according to his plan, he should play this probably. So he just decided to start with Queen c7.
So d5 on the board, and well,
The thing about d5, of course, is it increases the scope of white squared bishop if he has to take,
Yeah,
and then
course.
the bishop pair become a real advantage. Well,
Yeah.
before it's not. You know, it's of course it's an advantage because the position can always open up. But
Yeah, after breaking this
After
pawn
breaking.
chain, yeah, then white squared bishop could be much could be stronger. I mean, I would say that my assessment. Maybe no. Yeah, everything works for white, and I think it's white is just slightly better.
white is slightly better. Okay, so that's our little summary. He's played c5 actually, with breaking news.
okay,
Trying to keep the position closed, which, okay, is in some ways quite a principled decision. So that means this bishop will be...
Yeah, it's also in the spirit of
yeah,
position, but I think it was better to keep the structure after e6 instead of
the
queen
rock-like
c7.
structure.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one's still in the balance, but very interesting position. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, probably 10. And we will see you back here very shortly. So welcome back to our coverage of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. I'm Daniel King. I've been joined by Pavel Ulyanov, one of the strongest players in the world, who's passing through Biel at the moment. Just played the rapid play tournament. And Joe Gallagher, you can just see, there he is, he's come back on screen. Joe's just doing a little bit of research for us into what is happening in some of the openings in this game. But let's come back to the game between Nico Georgiadis from Switzerland, playing against David Navarra from the Czech Republic. And we left the position round about here, and Nico, after 17 minutes thought, has played A5. So I was wondering earlier whether it's possible to even take this and then close with this one. What do you think of this, Pavel? Is this a bit crazy?
No, why not? It's
here and take. And I was thinking D5.
yeah, but still.
And bishop.
Knight is struggling on the E8.
Yeah, at the moment, if I can get it here.
I can take B4, B5. Then
Oh, very quickly.
yeah, then could be dangerous for black.
Okay, if I play here.
Yeah, maybe you're in time. But still, I mean, it's
Suspicious.
not suspicious, but I think it's not the way to play for a win. I think he will try to not release pressure so quickly.
Queen B8 maybe? Yeah.
I think it's more sound in this situation.
Hmm.
Yeah, I like actually this move. I like.
Okay, so already there's a threat to
Yeah.
take on E4 with uncovering the attack on the queen. So we'd better move the queen.
Okay, somewhere maybe to A3 or B4, because
A3.
because this is also
You're playing with fire.
this is also the pin. Yeah, a little bit.
But still, there's no threat at the moment.
Yeah, but okay.
There could be a threat if something comes
Yeah,
here.
I have some resources still.
Interesting move.
Maybe rook c7. With the idea of bishop takes e4.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe rook d and rook not so.
Yeah. So now that the bishop is protected, then of course there are threats with this pawn. So yeah. Well, maybe we should just shuffle to the side. But
Maybe
then
take on D6. I don't know. Take with the knight. Yeah. Probably take on F3
yeah.
and rook
Rook
C6.
d7.
Yeah.
Rook
Or
d7
D7.
was the idea.
Yeah, maybe. or
So rook
C6.
where?
Rook d7.
Rook d7.
Yeah. Okay, it's equal. Probably.
Yeah.
Or is black a little better? I'm worried about
Okay,
black piling up on the d file.
maybe that better, but okay.
It's probably
No,
not
no,
better.
not
It's
really-
not better, I'd
Not
say.
really
but-
serious. Yeah.
Because the
Mm.
queen side's quite, the queen side bind, etc.
Yeah.
I think white's not worse.
Okay, so
But I'm not sure about rook c7. It's just, I was trying to solve this
Yeah.
problem, really. Queen a3, rook c6. Maybe, because the rook's not so bad on d7 as well. I mean, if he goes bishop b6,
And
rook
then maybe
d7.
okay, maybe instead of queen b8, maybe queen d7 even interesting. But it doesn't look that sound. Yeah. Doesn't look that sound, but still okay, it's possible.
also doesn't look that bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
So where do we go with the queen? This is the question.
Queen d2 maybe.
Yeah, but now I'm thinking could be time to get the queens off.
Mm-hmm.
So c2 is hanging.
Probably have to take back on e5.
Take on e5. Still, it's more or less balanced position.
Yeah.
Take with the
Bishop.
bishop, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. More or less equal. Yeah, black is comfortable, but
Still got to bring the knight into the game. Yeah.
not even f5 is possible.
F5. Whoops. Not this. F5.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're heading for equality. Yeah. After all these trades. Well, I've just seen he's just taken on e5.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. So then maybe queen b8. Yes.
That's the idea, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a better version, probably.
Okay, so he's found a way to keep some tension in the position. So let's move the queen.
Maybe I can take just on f5.
Excuse me, e5 is hanging. Yeah. Okay, so now it starts to get tricky. So, do I have to play queen d4?
Queen d4 is an ugly move, isn't it? But
Probably.
Yeah, it's not a beautiful
but
move.
is there any other move to save? I mean,
Yeah. But
maybe now he's
Yeah, but
he still probably can't play knight c7. There might be knight f6 check. This is a theme which, if the knight moves,
yeah.
it might be a possibility in this position. If a knight, he'd like to play knight c7 to d5, but
I'm going to put it to you. It's maybe perfect chess.
Yeah.
It's maybe best way.
I'm going to put it to you, that's not going to happen.
But actually then knight c7 is maybe stronger.
Sorry, in which position?
After queen c3.
Queen
After rook
c3.
d8
Ah,
comes
yes.
knight
Then
c7.
we can play
No,
knight
the queen
c7.
is not.
Then fine,
Yeah, yeah.
I can bring it to the play.
Yes.
Queen is not coming over to the king's side so
Yep.
quickly.
Well,
Well,
yeah, after it,
there might be.
we can
but
conclude that black
actually,
is
that-
slightly better.
can we just have one quick look at knight f6?
In which position?
Just in that final position, because I just noticed in some line you can go bishop a7, like attacking the queen and clearing the third rank if there's a mate.
Okay, wait a second. In this
I'm not
position.
saying it's serious, but
Oh, we have a result already. Yeah, Harry, do you want to join us? Yeah.
I'll move out. Shall I?
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
join in. That's-
Well, that happened very quickly. Yeah. Do take a seat. Yeah, Pavel, thank you very much. We'll see you in a moment. Yeah, I'd like to invite Pantala Hari Krishna and Raphael Vaganian to the stage, where they're going to take us through a game, which we blinked and we missed it. So this is a relatively short game.
Yeah. Actually, this was my game against Anish until okay. It went like this, yeah. Okay. Something like this. 95, rook c3, and I think okay, something like this, and it was a bit better, but I drew the game in China.
Raphael, did you know this? Did you know about that?
I don't know exactly.
No. You were
I
in.
play a3, yes. And then other variation, rook a2, rook d2, as idea.
No, this is also interesting, of course.
And that's who go queen, and I don't know.
Were you inventing this at the board?
No, this variation.
Your discovery.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New ideas at the board.
Yes. it's-
Okay, fantastic.
Because I have to move this queen somewhere. I didn't want to go queen
Queen
e7
e7,
because
rook c3 is strong.
and because he's coming rook c7 and something like this. I saw that he can
Queen c1.
queen
Oh, no.
queen c1 is possible. Yeah. And then f4 and
Some initiative.
yeah.
Some
Yeah.
compensation.
Yeah. Nice.
And after queen c7, okay,
Rook c2.
rook c2, and I didn't know where to go because
Queen a4.
any exchange is good for white because he will have queen a1 and f6 is
Okay, do you want to show that? Because that's very
Knight
interesting.
c6, I can play knight b3 also.
yeah, also
Maybe.
this, but
On knight c5.
yeah, knight b3, knight c5 is also
Okay.
good, yeah.
And queen c1.
Yeah.
Then queen c1.
No, this bishop is I think it's
Right.
going to wait here.
Yeah.
And bishop c6 also he can just wait with some move because I don't know what's my next move here. If I move the rook, knight c6, bc6 and bishop a6 at least.
This queen a1 is a very clever move. It's
I
a
can't
nice move.
this knight from
Yeah.
here. And so therefore I decide to repeat queen d6. Okay, here he probably has to play rook d2 or else I have bishop a4.
I see.
Because here queen a1 maybe it's not that strong like in the other line. I think
Interesting, after queen is a7.
queen is
No,
queen
direct
e7.
nach, yeah.
Oh, queen,
Yeah.
queen e7.
I can play a4 also, maybe. King g6, rook d3. This is the rook.
This.
This rook, yeah. And knight f5.
Okay, let's show that. Knight takes f4,
Knight f5.
knight f5.
And winning.
Okay, that looks strong.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes, no move. Yeah.
Looks good. Yeah. Okay, so therefore,
That should be winning, yeah.
so okay, queen e7 looked a bit too risky.
Yes, of course. Okay, rook d3 probably I have to go here, but g3 is there.
And g3. And
Yeah, white is better.
White is better, maybe.
Yeah, the knight is bad. Yeah.
No, queen e7 is risky, of course. f4, just this. I didn't see this move. Take,
It looks very, very strong.
Lost, yeah.
It's
Mine,
It's lost, yeah.
a nice idea. Okay.
Nice, yeah.
So the game instead went queen c7, and so
Yeah, 3 times.
Yeah, I had to repeat queen c7.
perfect chess.
Yeah, thank you.
There might be some mistakes once you
Okay.
start the engine.
But it looks perfect to me anyway. Okay, so a solid start for you both. Listen, thanks very much, and yeah,
Thank you.
enjoy the tournament. We'll see you in round 2.
Sure, thank
Fantastic. Okay, see you guys.
Thank you.
you. See you.
Okay, so I'd like to ask Pavel and Joe if they could rejoin. I don't know, Joe's run off somewhere. He's had enough already, but Pavel can rejoin me anyway. So quick draw there, and we were in the middle of looking at the game between Nico Georgiadis and David Navarra, and well, after taking on e5, it's gone f5 and e takes f6. So presumably he's going to recapture with a knight. Now that doesn't look too clever because the queen is attacked. Well, it's possible, but I wonder if there's a better move here.
I don't know, maybe bishop b6 first.
I'm looking at the tactics. Okay, so if I come back to b8,
Yeah, and then take.
then take here,
Yeah, because
and now I can come across. Well, queen b3, probably. Yeah, queen b3.
yeah,
So hit e6. I don't. This looks to me more comfortable for white.
yeah, maybe it's still equal, but white is not not at risk here. Sure.
Okay, well, this is what's happened. He's recaptured with a knight.
He's played f5 in the game.
Yeah, he's played f5.
Okay, right.
So,
Yeah, but also knight d5 is possible after bishop b6. Okay, take on c3 and bishop d6, maybe something like that.
take on c3.
Bishop d6, maybe it's possible.
Bishop d6. Strange move. And yeah, interesting.
Or you could play knight d5 again.
Black has a lot of options.
Yeah.
The question is how to make a draw with white, because this is a little bit shaky already.
Yeah, but white must be absolutely fine here.
Yeah,
This looks pretty level.
yeah.
You don't think white's just a little bit better?
Maybe actually here, maybe this is the case. Yeah, maybe this is even a little bit better.
Okay, so that one seems to be okay for Nico. Let's go to Studer against Lecker. Well, they haven't moved since rook b3, so I can imagine that's the first new move that Lecco's seen in this game.
How long has he been thinking? It's been half an hour.
Let's have a look.
So
Can't have been thinking. Has he really been thinking
I
half an
can't see the clock
yeah,
time.
he
But yeah, I think he's been,
hour? That was a long time ago. That
yeah,
move,
he's been
It's
thinking a
half
long
an hour.
time over rook b3.
Or maybe he's got
This is
an
a problem.
important strategic decision to make, whether he wants to exchange knights or...
maybe this is a question of broadcast. Yeah.
Maybe we can have a quick look at Studer against Lecco. That's Georgiadis and Navarra there on the screen, but I'd like to have a look at how Peter Lecco is looking. Maybe we can switch over in a second. We'll get him on the screen. Studer against Lecco will be good. I think we're going to switch any moment. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So Peter looks like he's trying to get into the heart of the position. What are your results like against Peter?
Mine.
Yeah.
I have +1, I think, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think it's +1.
Quite a few draws.
Yeah, and one victory and draws. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got 50%. I've never played him.
I've never played him either.
So what do you think he's thinking about here? What is he...
But is it really he is thinking all the time?
It's an awful long time, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know, like 40 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Okay, b6 and knight e5. This is my first two choices in this position, and okay,
Yeah.
maybe b6, or I don't know, maybe even b5 is possible.
B5,
Yeah,
the Stugirov move.
yeah.
So with the idea of doing that. It would be nice to get the guys going, wouldn't it?
Maybe it's this is the most principled way, but okay, who knows?
I wonder, is he just going to,
Rook a5,
yeah, just give it up?
bishop
Yeah.
f1, bishop f1, and it's probably...
Whoops, sorry, not king
He
f1.
might be threatening bishop b5 now,
Yeah, it's
with a reasonable position for
still,
white. Maybe...
still very good for black, but
What would you
okay.
play here? King g7?
Maybe it's pretty drawish, yeah.
Yeah, but this is quite a concrete
Yeah,
idea, so
yeah. White has a counterplay here.
yeah. Nice rook. Okay, I understand the dark squares are very pleasant for black, but
It looks about equal now, I would say, after
Yeah,
the move like King G7,
maybe slightly
Bishop
better
B5,
for
Knight E5.
maybe slightly
Knight-
better, but
Knight
okay, it's
takes,
not that serious
Bishop
already.
takes, Bishop C6, just Rook B8. And if you take on
Oh,
A7,
maybe actually it's dangerous, and then
Rook
C4.
B2. This could be still better
Yeah,
for
it's
black.
no,
of
it
course.
could be dangerous after C4. Maybe to not give this opportunity to put the pawn.
Yeah, maybe
Okay,
something sensible.
Whatever, yeah. Maybe queen G2. I don't know.
Oh, we can still play Rook B8.
And A4 maybe then.
Yeah.
I have this.
Oh, you have A4.
I have this line closed, so it's very important.
We could go Rook H8 and Rook H4.
Yeah, but somehow it feels as though white should be okay here.
I mean H3 maybe.
H3.
Even H3.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, H3. Yeah.
I'm very solid here because then I can play F3. I mean,
Yeah, precisely. So the rook can come in. Should be a draw.
I think black has got a slight edge because after Rook H4, Bishop maybe F5, but this well maybe not. No.
Yeah, well, no, I hear you.
I mean, I'm trying to get around to get the C
Yeah.
pawn going somehow.
And then the king can come in.
I mean,
Bishop G3 still it's nothing.
yeah.
Nothing concrete here.
Super solid.
But okay, I have a pawn.
Well, I can go C4, but that's not.
Yeah, it's about equal.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
should
It's
be.
about equal. Yeah, black is active, but
So maybe that's what he's worried about, that if b5 it's just going to liquidate. So yeah, maybe b6. He's been thinking such a long time here. He's not really a gambler, is he, Lecco?
no.
Yeah.
It's not. He's not noted for his gambling skills.
He
yeah.
likes to play he likes to play the best moves objectively, you know.
It's the opposite of Morozevich.
Yeah.
He's like, I think in this tournament.
Speaking of Morozevich, then we should have a look at his game. Oh, there we go. He did put his knight on e3. That was my tip for the top.
H4 then okay.
So bishop f4,
Yeah.
and now knight e3, and now white starts to threaten this, well, I would say very tricky sacrifice. Taking 6.
Yeah, but she managed to consolidate this just in time, this position.
Yeah, because it's very hard for white to actually break through, isn't it, in these
Yeah.
positions.
At the same time, yeah, now D5.
Let me do this. See, I think black should be playing h6.
Yeah, I think it's.
And now after a move like Queen D2, Bishop F8,
Bishop
defends,
F8.
Yeah.
and then how does white make?
It's not that easy for white also to break through.
True. Okay, maybe.
Maybe he needs the other knight now to come to H2 and G4. So we're ready to sacrifice. The sacrifice at once doesn't look good enough, does it? Bishop
No.
takes H6, pawn takes.
So you think this one back here
Wow, it's an idea,
and here?
you know.
But it's a nice idea, I would say. Yeah.
Just an idea, would you say, or a serious one?
No, but I think it's pretty serious.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
It's dangerous, yeah.
Extremely.
For,
The thing of
for engine, it's probably not nothing special, but
no,
for,
yeah, for
for
humans,
humans,
it's very worrying.
it's worrying.
The only thing about the white position, it's not easy to get a rook into the attack.
Mhm.
If we could get a rook into the attack, then black would be in big trouble, but it's quite difficult in these sort of positions to get a rook into the game.
I should say, breaking news. He's
Right.
played h5.
Okay, well that's probably not the breaking news story of the year. But now this is a key decision then. He didn't play knight g4, he just went h5.
No, he just went
okay,
h5.
Yeah. Well, because maybe
I'm just
now
wondering whether after h6.
G4, G4.
Yeah, exactly. G4. But also, okay,
But,
now I'm starting to speculate, but I wonder if he's got something like this in mind.
Oh yeah,
Is-
maybe.
Is this mad?
It's not
Probably.
bad at all.
Knight F8.
Knight f8 covers some squares. That's important.
Not so quickly, probably.
Too much. Yeah, too much.
But it's an idea on the cards.
Yeah.
And, yeah, maybe we should check d4 here. This is a principle.
G4, yeah.
No, instead of h6.
D4.
Yeah, because
D4.
Knight G4
yeah,
and A3 maybe. This is really
yeah, maybe.
trying to get squares. I mean, you know, this is, yeah, this would be,
It's not that easy. Yeah.
Yeah, but if I take on D4,
we'll take on B2 at least now that black might be quite happy. Black might be quite happy to give up a pawn just to open the queen side.
I'll just take on d4.
Yeah, knight takes D4.
Maybe with the
Maybe.
pawn and then knight c5 is coming.
Yeah, now black has got good comp. The thing is,
I
on the
need
king side, if you leave it H6, G6 is still a long way for white
Yeah,
to...
still
No.
white
True.
I
needs
prefer
to-
to leave it in general, I think, because I used to play these positions with Queen E2 French years ago, and it was always hard work to actually make them. You know.
Yeah, maybe to take first.
so after D4, let's...
take on d4 first.
Yeah.
Because if knight takes, then takes on g2 and takes on e6, maybe just
Yeah.
wait for black.
True. We could do this. So a little Zwischenzug, we do this,
Yeah,
and
so
then we recapture. So black,
black should recapture with a pawn.
yeah.
And then
But then maybe we go the other way.
yeah, it's hard to say
I
actually.
mean, this starts to get,
Maybe it's not such a big threat. I don't
well, maybe we push white into it
know. Yeah,
and see what happens.
and then
Right.
maybe h6 here.
Yeah, to stop white playing H6. Oh.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's slightly better for white, but hard to say.
Extremely double-edged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very complicated.
Interesting. But I'd say, yeah, Morozevich probably quite happy with this. Yeah, apparently we've had a few technical problems, so sorry about that for those watching online, but I think we're back on a stable network now. What are the clock times? Well, we've got just 36 minutes remaining for Morozevich, and Ho Yifan an hour and 3 minutes, so she's way ahead on the
Well,
clock.
that's no surprise. She's a much more practical player while he's searching for fantasy.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, you know, that's not a surprise to me. I think he'll be able to move fast when the moment comes.
Okay. Yeah, I can feel this one is sort of
Yeah, it's
building
up.
to a bit of a crescendo.
I think players often, when they're in form, slow players like me and maybe Morozevich sometimes, when we're in form with about 20 minutes to go, we change gear. And when we're not in form, we just lose on time.
Well, as far as I could see from the database, this is his first classical tournament this year.
Yeah, well, you know.
So, yeah.
Our latest, he lost on time yesterday. He just forgot to make his, in the rapid, he forgot to make his last move after he played a great game. And
He played...
sacked exchange a bit like the Studer-Lecco game type of position. And he just didn't make his move in time. So maybe that's a sign he's a bit rusty.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a brilliant game against Navarro.
Okay, I saw it look good.
It was a fantastic game, and he just messed up right at the end. He had a winning position. We should move on.
Has Lecco moved yet?
Lecco has moved. He has moved, and he's played B5.
Oh, wow. We've
No, not. He hasn't gone there yet.
No,
Sorry.
not yet this position.
Let me just
Oh,
reset. He's played B5. Now it says that he thought for an hour and 8 minutes
Really?
over that
So
move.
much.
He fought for an hour and 8 minutes.
That's what it says, but we might need to get confirmation of about that.
This is getting into Bednarski territory.
I know.
Did
Do
he
you-
once? Do you remember Bednarski lost on time on move 4 once?
Did he?
So yes,
No, not move 4.
he did.
But I remember, do you remember Jacek Bednarski from Poland? Before your time, probably.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Maybe
Yeah,
not.
Jacek Bednarski was an international master from Poland. And this is in the good old days when you could smoke cigarettes at the board, or well, probably anything you liked. But Bednarski was a total time pressure addict, and he used to be like 20 moves in a minute or something. His flag was hanging.
Those were the days when we had 40 moves in 2.5 hours as well, followed by 16 moves an hour, adjournments, games going on forever.
So he'd be in this terrible time pressure, but also he'd be smoking at the same time and scratching his head like this. So he'd have a cigarette in his hand, he's scratching his head, so there would be cigarette ash flying everywhere, all over the board. It'd be in his hair, and he'd be looking at the clock, and oh God, it was a complete mess. Yeah. It was good fun.
Chess has changed. Anyway, B5 is, so...
I think his chess career, basically, after the FIDE smoking ban, his chess career collapsed at that point.
Yeah, well, I suffered as well there. I had to give up smoking once. It took me 25 attempts, but I eventually managed.
Oh, well done.
But yeah, the smoking ban. I remember actually playing Tony Miles in Metz in 1989, just after the smoking ban had come in, and we had 6.5 out of 8, board 1. And he told me before the game, because we were like eating together, that he was going to move every time I went out for a cigarette. And he did. And then I remember going out for my last cigarette with 20 minutes left on my clock, and I felt so terrible, such an addict. And of course he moved straight away, and he beat me and won the tournament, and I gave up smoking for the first time.
But not the last time.
Not the last time.
No. But, Okay. There we are. You see, these days of smoking at the board, this is just another world for you, yeah?
Of course.
Yeah.
What I read, of course, in the books, but it's hard to imagine.
There you are.
Well, actually, just continuing the smoking theme, I played in the Grandmaster tournament in the year 2000, and I was smoking behind the stage, and I actually put my cigarette out in a flower pot type thing, and suddenly there was smoke coming up, and there was like people actually worried there was a fire. I kept quiet. Actually, it's the first time I've confessed.
But I remember playing Mihai Schuber, who was a complete chain smoker.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm imagining this, but he used to intentionally blow smoke across the board.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
So there was just clouds of cigarette smoke over the board. It was completely disgusting. So basically, I was a passive smoker.
Yeah.
For hours.
People used to smoke 20 cigarettes during a game, didn't they?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's have a...
Anyway, B5, but this is our move, and we're thinking that this could well lead to a draw after rook B5. To be honest, if he doesn't take on B5, then these pawns start to look incredibly fast, don't they? I mean, I don't see he has another move.
Okay, maybe then just A6 and then pushing everything.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but also you can even entertain pushing straight away and just...
It seems it's more or less forced.
I would say so, yeah. So we can see Noah Studer just contemplating things. Interesting that Lecco kind of goes for this, where the tension is released.
I think that's his character.
Yeah.
The first chance to release the tension, he does. Well, I'm not sure completely about the statement, but often, this is very well prepared.
Yeah.
I mean, but...
Yes, the difference between him and, for instance, Leon Aranyan, that Leon, I think he would play b6 without much hesitation, for instance.
Yes.
And just to hold the pressure and so on.
And just play.
Just spend about a few minutes and just play b6, and this is the difference.
Yeah, just improve his position a little bit,
And ask White, well, what are you doing? It's not so easy for White to find a clear plan.
Yeah, because Black doesn't have to. I mean, he might be the exchange down, but he's got long-term pressure. There's no rush whatsoever. Yeah. He's got this 3-1 majority on the Queen side. But objectively, maybe B5 is the best move.
Yeah, I think so.
I
think so. If you check his engine, I suppose it will be the first line.
Well, I should mention to those watching online, we're not using an engine. Probably that's evident to you if everyone's checking. But we're not using an engine. Shall I try and find one? Let's see what it says. I'm curious. Let's just flick it on.
Naughty.
Very naughty. Here we go. So this is Fritz 15, and Fritz 15 wants to play, and that's probably not the strongest engine, wants to play, ooh, it's changing its mind. King G7.
Well, King G7 is a good move.
Very cool.
Yeah, very cool.
It's one of the moves like B6 or King G7. Knight E5 and B5 are more committal.
Yeah,
King G7 and B6 improve the position.
To keep the options open.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also like C4.
But C4,
C4 looks horrible.
it's
But now,
typical computer like.
yeah, exactly. Now it wants to play B5.
I don't think any human would play C4 in this position.
Yeah.
Before we've got our pieces out, it's so committal.
Yeah, it's
just
complete mess, yeah.
completely.
Okay, and now take
completely-
C3.
We don't want to look at C4.
No. The computer wants to look at C4.
I know.
It's rushing headlong towards the queening square.
Actually, when you see this move on the monitor, then you're starting to realize that it's not that stupid.
No, of course.
No, I would be looking to play Rook B3 and
But
Rook
it's
C3 and
not easy to believe, of course. Yeah.
Rook B3 and
Rook
C2,
B3.
Rook C3, and then
C5 here,
Unfortunately,
yeah.
it doesn't like your move, B3.
oh
It
no,
thinks,
C5 just wins. So I'm very sorry.
thinks that knight C5 is a very strong move.
He's right as well.
Okay,
course, as
listen,
usual.
that proves to me that we should turn the computer off straight away.
And go back to human chess.
Yeah, go back to human chess. And human chess is B5. There we are.
And what he's saying after B5?
I'm not going to tell you what the computer says. But I thought our line was very plausible, it seemed to me.
Yeah. I think it,
Yeah, we're going to have a liquidation.
And King G7 is a nice move, really.
Okay, listen, I would like to switch to the game between Etienne Bacrot and Ruslan Ponomaryov.
Oh, we haven't seen that for a
No,
while, have we?
we haven't. There we go. We can see that's the action taking place on that board. Neither player in evidence. And that's the position we've got on the board. So let's go back. We left it around about here. Bishop F4. And that's what we've got. And both players seems to have run off. I think Etienne might still be a smoker.
Yeah, well, let's not.
He might have just nipped off to the terrace
He might have done, yeah.
to have a cheeky
That's quite
fag.
possible.
But I don't know where Ruslan is. I don't think Ruslan is a smoker.
No.
Okay.
It's quite interesting the way he's played because he wants to blockade the bishop. He wants both on G7 and D6. But he's decided to try and patch up the black squares with his king.
Yeah, but actually I think the tendency is not that good for black.
Yeah.
Because white has initiative now in the queen side, maybe even A6 and B6, bishop B5 at some point. Yeah, and then also white has rook A4 to switch to
Swinging rook.
to somewhere here. So white has a lot of ideas actually.
To be honest, white has the advantage on the queen side, the
I
centre,
think-
and the king side.
I think the advantage is clearly growing for white. I think it's just clearly better now.
Maybe the computer says about plus 0.8. You want to have a quick look?
You want to have a sneaky peek?
Quick
You see,
peek just to
now
see.
that I've introduced the idea of using the computer, now you're desperate to know, aren't you?
We feel it's about 0.8.
0.8, okay.
Maybe there's,
Wait,
Maybe a little bit less, I would say.
yeah. you go.
0.7?
5 or 6, I would say.
5 or 6.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go for. I'll go for 0.7.
Oh,
Split the
okay.
difference. Point. It
0.8.
says 0.5. If we
Okay.
wait, maybe it'll just.
Well,
It's going down. 0.4. Okay, I'm going to turn it off. That's your lot. Well, anyway, to humanize, it does look very pleasant for white.
is there anything black can do? I mean, active.
Actually not.
Well, okay, let's carry out this pretty obvious plan of playing a6, and I'll just play very simply and put bishop on b5.
Then maybe 98.
98 to d6 is a reasonable plan.
Yeah, so I'm going to play my bishop to c6.
Yeah, but still.
Knight d6?
Yeah, I play this, but I don't like this position. It's unpleasant.
I'm looking at the h-pawn already.
Yeah,
maybe rook e1 first. Okay, I have a lot of options.
Black's pieces are totally uncoordinated. They're not really the rooks, and they're all in the wrong squares. You could probably improve every piece except the knight on d6.
And the problem is that black doesn't have a pawn break, of course. So you know this pawn break doesn't help at all. Well, of course, you know white won't be able to recapture here. So yeah, and with the rook on e1, black is unable to challenge. I mean, this is such fun for white. It really is. Let me just check the clock times. Maybe we can see those. Bakho has 54 minutes remaining, 34 minutes for Ponomariov. So he's also sitting pretty as far as the time goes as well. Let's go back. So sorry, that's the position we have on the board.
So we're expecting a6 and bishop b5 maybe.
Looks very natural, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, not too much to say about that. Looks very pleasant indeed for white. And Bakho also with a time advantage. Let's just go to Nico Georgiadis against David Navarre. So we left the position around here. f5 takes. He played queen b3 straight away.
He made a nice move here.
So let's just check that out. Takes, and we can recover the piece because we've got a check. So it went king h8. Now knight f6. Which way do you want to recapture?
Well, the bishop, I suppose.
Maybe take on f3.
Take on f3 first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, rook take.
Well, I'd better take.
Take on c3 probably.
Yeah.
Okay, it's equal.
Can we pretend to be a little bit better with white?
Not really, and not in this position. So queen c6,
Queen c6,
just
yeah.
play queen c6.
Oh,
These positions are absolutely nothing.
Black is fine.
And black's e-pawn is passed as well. We've got, I'm not saying it's that dangerous, but I think sort of white square control.
Yeah, I mean the queen is beautifully placed actually.
These positions are not dangerous at all for black. I mean, even he could play.
Yeah, no, agreed. So it looks roughly level. So it looks like we're kind of liquidating there. I just want to remind you all that, Pavel, you predicted a win for Navarre. I predicted a win, and Joe, you predicted a draw.
Yeah, I had faith in Nico.
Yeah. So your prediction looking good there.
Well, still some way to go.
Okay, let's go to Morozevich Ifan, which has gone h5, b5. So this one's still cranking up slowly and nicely. I'm never sure whether we should be playing a3 in these kind of positions or not.
Actually, maybe h6 immediately. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Because now it's coming. I have a very clear plan how to knight g4 and then to change the bishops. Now it's very clear how to mate black's king. And the question is what black can do.
So your plan is Queen D2, Bishop G5.
Black should counterattack. This is the only chance here. It's more or less clear, but it's not so clear.
But okay, it's not just about playing for mate in the middle game, though, is it? I mean, in the long term, you know, if the position opens up, I mean, this is again a very, very common scenario in this kind of position, that the pawn on h6 is just absolutely wonderful, cramping the king. You know, when it comes to the late middle game in the end game, and so, I mean, the chances of actually delivering a checkmate with Queen G7 are kind of slim. But I'd say later on, you know, this is a lot of fun.
Pieces can get exchanged, and the black king will be weak in the end game, as you said.
Okay, but let's try for some counterplay.
Maybe before, but okay, I don't like this exact position. I don't like already for black.
Yeah, but maybe A3 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can play. It's not necessary to hurry for white. Okay. Yeah. This position is unpleasant.
But I wonder if black should maybe just try and can we put the knight in here?
Yeah, this is sound.
Yeah, maybe the white queen has no squares on the diagonal.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the knight on b3 protects d2 and c1. Maybe a pawn coming to d4.
Maybe we have to spin back. Well, okay, we can play this anyway.
If we spin back, we're not threatening anything either.
No. It's nothing.
I'm not sure I like a3. Maybe we have to. Maybe we just get on with it. Queen d2.
Yeah,
I suppose then a3.
It's not that easy.
Yeah. Oh, then, yeah, that's also arriving in time.
It still looks very, very unclear to me, actually.
Yeah.
But c4 maybe this is the most principled option.
After this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how white often reacts in these positions and out.
Yeah, from human point of view, this is unpleasant. It's quite unpleasant for black.
This is a problem, actually.
Yeah.
And it's very annoying that the bishop is unprotected.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't play knight d4.
Positions. Yeah.
Because after knight d4, takes, knight d4, knight takes, bishop g2, knight e6.
Yeah, exactly. So this is on.
So
here, and this very typical tactic, and white wins a pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The black pieces are wrong somehow, aren't they?
Yeah. Seems to me that Ifan plays some wonderful games, but sometimes she looks just a little bit unfamiliar with some of the systems sometimes, and maybe that's what we have today. You must have played against Ifan.
Yeah, I have a good score against her.
Yeah.
And he tends to play against strong opposition. He tends to play sometimes passive, and sometimes he is lacking of active counterplay in some kind of position.
She's too passive.
Yeah, in some kind of position. Yeah.
Okay. Well, could happen here. Oh, hang on.
We've got some moves.
Morozevich has just played knight takes d5.
So
well, game on, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
So here we go.
So we did look at this earlier. E6, knight f8 in a different position.
Yeah.
It looks a little bit different. Yeah.
Yeah, with the inclusion of the pawn on h6. Yeah. So let's have a look. Well, last time your move knight f8 looked
actually yes,
convincing.
And why not here also? I don't see so far.
Okay, so what's he doing next?
Bishop h3 probably.
Yeah.
But okay, it doesn't look clear. Maybe king g8 even, I don't know.
Just to give it, Morozevich has...
Well, after king g8, maybe h6.
Yeah, h6, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
Well, this is extraordinary. What are the clock times? Only 22 minutes remaining. for Morozevich and 55 for Ifan.
Well, she's got some work to do now, I think.
Okay, but is there any other move? I mean,
No,
she has to take.
She must take it.
It's
She has to take. Yeah.
It's first and e6 also looks first. And
Also looks.
If knight f6, then just take on f7 and knight g5 check
Yeah.
coming. Or maybe queen e6 first.
Here, queen e8. We still need a good move here. Oh, bishop d5's
yeah,
Bishop d5
probably a good move.
Looks like a good one.
with
it's
with a few threats. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Well, that would. Yeah, but obviously knight f6 is risky, to put it mildly. So knight f8. Yeah. So this way, g5 is still covered.
So
This looks forced. Also, I don't really see an alternative.
and actually black has a choice, maybe even h6.
h6.
Check on e6. Okay, maybe I'll get mated, but if not, then should be better for black.
Yeah. I mean, I was wondering about this.
Take.
Yeah, and then maybe
on
we
h6,
have to
yeah.
exactly, and then we might be able to get the rook in the
But
game.
still, queen d6 and
Queen d6.
what's going on, it's still not that clear.
Oh, check.
Or maybe
Queen g4. Hang on, hang
rook
on.
e6 coming, yeah.
No, but
Yeah, but
King f7.
king h8, maybe rook e6, rook g8, no?
ah, very cool.
Now queen f5.
Bishop c8, bishop c8, then you take on c6. Then rook f8, yeah, it's possible.
Here.
Yeah.
Wow, nice defense.
Oh, but actually I don't like the way what he did, because okay, it's clear that it's very much double-edged, but and he has a nice choice just to play positional chess.
Yeah, he didn't need to go all in, did he? Yeah.
So after h6 once more, can we just
So
h6 immediately we're looking at
Instead of
for
this.
black, yeah?
Yeah.
That's what we just looked at, just to check it once more.
It's just one of the options.
Bishop e6, knight e6, queen e6. Maybe could be a very strong move here. What about
Maybe
rook
rook
e5?
rook e5,
Yes, that's what I was just looking at.
yeah, exactly.
Rook e5 looks,
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6. Now rook d5 and bishop d6 check.
It's already a lot of pawns.
And that knight, this looks,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
yeah, rook e5.
Yeah. It's
Wow. Okay, so
He's not disappointing on his return to classical chess.
he's not, is he?
He had the chance to slowly build the pressure with
Yeah.
h6. and
It's
try
not
and
the
get on
King's
dark
Gambit, the
squares.
Joe, is it? It's not the King's Gambit.
No, but it could
But he's
be.
doing his best.
He's doing his best.
yeah, it's another option. King g8 and maybe something else.
I like h6 now, it looks like.
And bishop f6.
Okay.
Well, okay, let's take it.
Okay, take and check. Yeah.
So, okay, how do you recapture?
Yeah, this is a question actually.
Because bishop takes, then suddenly I've got knight g5.
Yeah, then maybe.
So king
is a
takes.
king.
Yeah.
It's not that clear position.
I'm wondering what White's next move is. That's the only problem.
No, well, you can recapture on c8, but black is okay then.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing to take the rook.
Yeah.
Maybe we play.
Maybe we can start with bishop e6 check rather than h6 as well. Maybe have a tempo.
Check here.
He's gone king g8. Maybe after, instead of h6, we can start with a check.
Check.
I assume he's gonna.
Yeah, probably take. Yeah.
You think you'll take? Okay.
Feels like this one should be the next move. Let's do it.
Yeah, still maybe bishop f6. I don't know.
I'm wondering. We're knocking on the door. Can we get in? So pawn takes, you can just play king
You have
takes.
to play king takes. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't quite see it.
And maybe you can play knight h4.
Which position? Here?
After takes, king takes. So, you know, if he takes it, you've got a check maybe. And
Right.
I don't know if that maybe doesn't work, but no, it probably doesn't work, does it? Bishop takes h4.
But yeah. Maybe queen f7 and maybe it's a little bit annoying instead of...
Well, you could go queen f7 there in that position.
Yeah,
Which
before taking of on g7.
Queen f7. So now the threat is to
Just take on
take,
b7.
and then we can play knight g5.
Yeah, take on b7 and probably first
Ah,
of all. Yeah.
I beg your pardon. I wasn't looking at that side of the board. Queen f7. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, actually that's unpleasant.
Yeah. Okay, so we're discovering a few little ideas.
Yeah.
And Ifan still hasn't moved. There's
Really?
well, you can see she's still thinking.
Oh, she's still thinking after knight takes d5.
Yeah, but that's crazy because you.
But okay, and then it should be just hopeless and.
You have to take the knight,
You have
otherwise
to
you're
take.
just a pawn down for nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, but she's trying to come to terms with the position, but it's just not very practical, is it?
Yeah, it's not very practical. This is an example how to spend time for nothing. Yeah.
Well, maybe she'll save time on the next move. I mean, she's probably expecting e6, and she's probably going to play very fast on the next move.
Maybe.
There's no
Actually, knight f8 maybe not really first.
Absolutely not. I mean, there are so many.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe maybe some ugly move like queen e8, but okay, hard to believe, of course.
Queen where?
Queen e8.
Queen e8.
Just to defend everything. No, but okay, of course it should be just bet after taking on d7. Okay, something h6.
Where's your spirit?
h6 and knight e5 then.
Yeah, of course. White is better.
No, I'm just wondering what she's thinking about.
Well, she shouldn't be thinking at all, really. Okay, e6. Here's crunch position. But okay, if we look, I'm just trying to sort of think in general terms about how we might justify this as white. I suppose, black's major pieces are all on the other side of the board. They're not doing anything. So there is a kind of concentration here on the king side. And also this bishop as well. Very, very imaginative.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like we've got this. We seem to be, we've had some movement.
She's taken. He hasn't played e6 yet. So.
Yeah. Morozevich has played e6 as far as I can see from
Just
there.
played e6, yeah.
Yeah, that's the position on the board, yeah, after 10 seconds. Good stuff. Okay, well that one is brewing.
Brozovic is looking very relaxed, and who you found quite stressed at this moment.
Yeah, he's only got. Let's just check the clock time again. I think he had 22 minutes remaining.
Oh,
23 minutes. Time control is. I think they get 30 seconds added each move. So are they playing 140 moves in 100?
I haven't checked.
I should know this. I think it's 100 minutes, 40,
sounds about right.
40 moves and then 30 seconds added.
And after move 40?
Then it's 50 minutes.
Oh, it's a
Plus
like a
30
7-hour game, sort of, in
so
old terms.
They're long sessions. This is proper classical chess.
Okay, all right, that's good.
Yeah?
That's why we're here.
What time's your train again, Pavel?
Sorry?
What time's your train?
At home?
No, you're... I'm just looking at, your train.
Where I'm living.
No.
I should leave about 20 minutes.
Okay. Well, you can't leave. You can't leave. We need your expertise. Okay, let's go back. That's on the board, and Ifan has now got a very tough defensive task ahead of her. Very interesting position. Let's switch. Studer against Leko, and we've got exactly this position. Oh no, this position on the board, as we predicted. Let's just have another quick look at this. When we looked at this before, we did think that probably the position was going to be roughly level.
Why is he thinking at this point? Could he play Bishop E2 or something first?
Yeah, he has, but okay.
Bishop E2?
But okay.
I'm not sure.
It's very strange. I mean, Bishop H3, for instance.
He can play H3. I'm not, but maybe his position worse.
Okay, Bishop H3, then what?
Okay. I'm going to veto Bishop E2.
Okay, sorry. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering why he hadn't moved.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so let's suppose he takes. So we looked at this earlier. So suddenly white's got a little bit of activity here, and this bishop coming around, but black has this wonderful dark square control.
Black should probably start with rook b8, no? I mean, if he's going to go for that sort of position, and rook b8 followed by knight e5. I mean, black is probably slightly better here, even though he's a pawn down and it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, but of course I don't need to take here.
No.
What if I just kind of...
Well, now we've got a...
Bishop d2.
But take on a7. Yeah.
Okay.
Not clear.
Well, it probably is clear. Yeah. Let's get the colour off the board. I'm just wondering what might happen if we play in a very direct way and play this. I know it's not a beautiful square, but all I want to do is push the c-pawn. Just very basic.
Yeah.
Well,
you can check King G2.
Very cool.
we could do something more...
C4 and Bishop D2 then maybe it's not that good.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not that good.
This knight is kind of stranded, isn't it? It's a bit funny.
Also, it's principle to check what if I play a4 and then rook a6. Of course, it's very risky, but maybe I'll be in time just by chance.
Okay, let's keep pushing.
Rook a6, c3.
c3, of course.
Bishop d3.
Yeah.
This looks, of course, very risky.
too late.
Knight d7.
Well, I was wondering about this move.
Or even this, it's bad, of course.
Yeah, and knight d7 as well. Also,
white could play bishop b5 and immediately.
Sorry, in which position, Joe?
The original after knight b6.
Bishop b5.
Maybe bishop b5 to c6, or maybe there's a knight. Maybe.
I'm going all the way. I've
now,
learned from the computer. Just push the thing.
That's a queen. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
so
maybe.
Let me just show this. Just one second. So, yeah. nothing can stop it.
So maybe after c4, rook a3 can be played. Just thought maybe if we can block the c file, maybe the knight can come back to e3 and c2 now as well. And the bishop on c6 will be quite useful.
Bishop d2.
Well, to be honest, I was wondering about playing bishop c1, pushing the rook somewhere a bit funny, and then coming back to d2.
Why can't we play rook c3 to c2?
Oh, sorry.
And then knight, bishop c6 and knight e3 to d1. Maybe we're in time to get the pawn. It's maybe gone a bit quick there, that variation.
I don't know. Okay, bishop. Let me play the standard move, bishop d2 anyway. But bishop c1 is kind of interesting. But
Okay, maybe knight e3.
excuse me, knight e3.
Knight e3,
Yeah.
Yeah, knight e3 looks...
Push.
and knight c2.
Okay.
It's beginning to look okay for white because the king is quite close to the action. There's a blockade.
Yeah,
Well, beginning to look comfortable, I would say.
Probably
more,
okay.
more,
isn't
more or
it?
less okay.
Yeah, because once the king comes over, then the knight might find a good square.
But it's definitely an alternative plan to the...
Yeah. But black is still absolutely fine.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
yeah.
with the c pawn, I mean, it looks.
I'm sure b5 might be, as we said, objectively the best move. But it probably increases the likelihood of a draw.
Yeah, actually, I forgot to mention. Then after knight b6, white has also e5 options always.
Well, of course, yeah, breakthrough in the centre, yeah.
Okay, but yeah,
Yeah, e5 maybe it's possible.
e5 straight away.
Yeah.
c4 then take on d6.
Here. It still feels to me as though basically white is trying to equalize here.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean black. This still looks much more pleasant for black. I mean this knight is a bit odd. If I play king g7 or something. I don't know,
Well,
rook
here
d8.
Have some activity. It should be more or less okay. More, of course, maybe it's more.
I quite like rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8 first.
I mean, that
And
could be some f5, e4 plans if bishop. But, it's quite hard to actually hang on to the pawn.
Still feels better for black, doesn't it? It's not ideal. So there we go. My crude idea of knight b6. We haven't refuted it yet.
It's not going to be
But okay, there are
refuted.
lots of. I mean, the move we played before, king g7. It's it's slightly better for black, isn't it? Just a little. It should be a draw.
yeah.
But Lecco
because-
is trying to find the exact best move, and now he's obviously just made a move. You can see him getting up from the board. So we'll just hang on.
He's played the move that we've vetoed.
It was always going to happen, wasn't it? Bishop
He
e2.
really played this, yeah.
Unbelievable. Sorry, Peter, you can't do it. I've vetoed this move.
No, but
So-
actually, he wants to play bishop d2 probably, yes. Well, this is the idea, then c4, c3.
Ah. This, and then push. Very sneaky.
Remember, he thought 1 hour and 8 minutes over this. It better be good.
Yeah, if it's not. But wouldn't it be great if he kind of strived that much in every game for the advantage, not
Yeah.
just to halve out?
Well, you'd probably be dead at 50. So what's white going to play now? What did we say? Bishop h3
Bishop
or
h3 still, it's very tempting, yeah.
maybe king g7? I mean,
Okay, but is there actually a threat?
maybe it's not a threat. Maybe
Okay,
it's
well let's
just
push.
c4.
Oh, I don't know if we want to gain a tempo. Maybe we should gain a tempo on the rook first.
It's not that clear whether it's tempo, but maybe it's for white, yeah. Rook a3, then knight e3.
Oh, knight and knight e3. All right. Yeah, true. Okay, so we'll play c4 instead.
Could I play knight h6 check and take on d7 and then bishop a4 if c3?
looks risky for white. C3 still.
Yeah, but maybe we can gain a... This time I'm hoping that this is a more significant...
Okay, rook a6.
Yeah, but now I do gain a tempo.
Oh,
This way.
of course, you're taking both rooks, aren't you? Yeah, after rook d6, c2.
No, actually, it looks risky.
Actually, no, rook d6, c2, rook c6, bishop f1,
No,
rook
but
takes c2.
Yeah, but why
Take
can't I
on
just
F1.
take on f1? And then I'm rolling through.
Yeah.
But if you play rook c6, maybe it's tenable.
No, but bishop b5. You know.
Ah, bishop b...
Maybe it's not that clear. Take. No. Maybe
Oh, you take on c3.
Take on c3.
Well, Noel has played bishop h3 very, very quickly. That's on the
Okay.
board.
Okay.
Interesting. Hang on, I'm trying to find...
So we're expecting c4 rather than transposition with bishop f1.
He played that after 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Okay.
So he's obviously
Well,
wasn't shocked by it.
no. Well, Lecco took quite a while over.
Yeah, Lecco took 9 minutes over, 9.5 minutes over bishop b2. Very interesting.
Yeah, actually, not that clear what he wants. Maybe just to make one move extra till time control.
Oh, you think he wants to take this now?
Yeah, I mean, no,
Yeah, but it cost him 9 minutes, and before that, an hour and
no,
8 minutes.
I think he's going to play something else here. I predict this c4 move looks.
By the way, I don't think it took them long. I think there's some kind of malfunction with the clocks, because it said that Studer took an hour and 13 minutes over rook takes b5.
Okay,
I
maybe
don't
we
think
shouldn't
he
pay
did.
too much attention to
Yeah.
the times.
Nevertheless, it's a lot of time was consumed at any rate.
F1.
Excuse me, just 1 second. For those watching online, we have a suggestion here from the audience. I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again, please? You want to play bishop f3 in this position? Let's have a little think about that one.
Well,
Maybe knight h6 here. I don't know.
Check takes here. And then we have bishop c6. Feels like we need to be pushing this quickly.
yeah, it doesn't seem that relevant to be.
Yeah. I'm sorry. No, I'm going to veto your suggestion of bishop f3, which probably means he's going to play it.
I mean, that would be too much, wouldn't it? Bishop e2 and bishop f3.
Yeah, that's just a bit too cheeky.
That would really need an incredible follow-up.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, but I think, do we have a follow-up? I've just seen Peter. Was he recording the move or was he playing a move?
he's played bishop d2.
Bishop
Oh, he
d2.
did? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So them two bishops now are placed to shepherd home the c-pawn.
That was my suggestion, and that got vetoed.
That didn't get vetoed. Bishop e2, and this is quite spectacular,
It's
actually.
quite visual, isn't
Isn't
it?
it? Bishop e2, bishop d2,
It's beautiful.
not take, maybe.
So, okay, your objection to bishop d2 last time was this, and you felt that maybe this would improve the position of the rook. But okay, let's continue. And you wanted to play knight e3.
Knight e5.
Yeah, I'm wondering about throwing this guy in.
Yeah, knight e5. Maybe knight c5. No, probably knight
Maybe
e5.
F4 here, maybe.
F4, opening up the king. Pavel, come on! I thought you were a bit more solid than that.
But what to do?
I don't know. Okay, so let me throw it in.
When knight takes c4.
Take c4.
Oh dear.
You're not doing that one.
Okay, I mean, if it's a blitz game, I continue. But
Take on d3, yeah. At least
Take-
it should be
Yeah.
draw, yeah.
We're not doing this one.
we're not. Are you going to veto this one?
Let's go back.
Actually, a5 he might be even better. No, okay, not better for white.
Okay. That all happened very quickly.
This was too interesting.
Yeah, that was a bit too interesting, wasn't it? But okay, well, C4 looks okay. Knight E3 looks okay. F4
He's got knight C5 as well.
instead of knight E5.
Yeah, it's an option.
And then we're hitting the pawn.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Yeah.
Also, after knight E5, F4, there's moves like bishop D3.
Yeah, to be honest,
You know,
we
hitting
flashed
yeah.
over F4
Yeah,
a bit
no,
quickly.
No, I agree. There's moves
Yeah,
like
this is...
there's probably...
Yeah, bishop... absolutely, bishop D3 is definitely worth a look. I love it the way we're just ignoring taking the rook.
No, but it's
because
it's okay for white. Take on e5,
Checkity.
king g1. Maybe to g1, I don't know.
G8, what? It's on G1.
H1, sorry.
H1, okay.
Probably just take back on E5.
I'm looking at... Okay, you've still got bishop G2.
I would just take back.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's the score?
Yeah, I
The
was
score
thinking the
is
You've got one pawn.
only one pawn.
No, but yeah, it's better for black, surely.
I'm suddenly a little bit concerned about the D pawn.
No, because after D6, rook D8, D7, then we can take.
Then we take here.
I know, and then bishop G2.
And the E3 is on prise. Yeah, let me just show that variation. That's very interesting. So here,
What black's winning at the end of that with bishop D4.
let's have a look. So here takes, and bishop D4
Yeah,
shuts it all down.
yeah.
And then next move here,
Take on D7, just winning.
winning position. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Also very interesting. Is Lecco going to think for another hour and 8 minutes?
I like the way we describe Lecco as stable, boring, not a
Yeah.
gambler. Look at the way he's chosen to play. You know, putting us in our place, really.
Definitely, I know. Do you think he's been stung because he has received, you know, a little bit of criticism, hasn't he? You know, people say, oh, you know, he started a bit boring. Do you think he's reacting against that?
No. I think he's just
trying
playing,
to
he's just playing, you know, good chess, and he's thought on that. You know, it looks. I mean, he probably, you know, at one point he was, you know, challenging for the world title, wasn't he? Played Kramnik in 2003 or 4 in
2004
Switzerland,
in
and he
Brissago.
actually led 7-6 with one match to go, and he lost the final game. Otherwise, he'd have been world champion. And since then, he still had some good years, of course, but he's never quite reached those heights. New people arrived on the scene.
Yep.
You know.
Okay, maybe c4, then maybe knight h6 I can try.
So, sorry, is that a concrete suggestion? What do you want to play?
c4, then we analyze it c4, then...
It's what we looked at before, yeah? Knight
Knight
h6,
h6.
bishop h6, bishop d7. Wow. But this is obviously a better version of the line we looked at before, even if he takes on f1 and plays bishop,
probably.
bishop d2.
Yeah, but we don't need to take. We don't need to cash in.
Actually,
do
it
we?
looks just winning to me, doesn't it? Bishop f1 and bishop d2, then after bishop a4.
Yeah, but we can bring the king now.
Yeah, king is...
Oh, the
Yeah, but
king's
we don't.
coming. Oh,
but
yeah,
why?
okay.
But why take?
Yeah, you're
why,
right. Sorry,
why can't we
sorry.
just play
Yeah.
bishop d2?
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, they're wonderful, aren't they, those bishops? Look, you can't play rook e1, d1, c1. Rooks can't go anywhere. e5. You need some water. You got some? I can get some water for you.
Excuse me. Yeah. Do we have a?
I'll get some water.
I'll get some water. Lecco has played c4.
Water then.
So that's the...
He got some.
no, I got some.
Oh, he got some. Right, okay.
So he's going down this line. Oh. Well, it looks more fun for black to play than white.
Sure,
Say that.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, listen. Let's come back to Morozevich against Ho Yifan. And it's following our line. E6, knight f8, takes.
But our line was
Bishop h3.
Yeah.
Yeah, but h6 and now bishop f6.
Was that the game? He's played h6 straight away.
Yeah, h6 straight away. We wanted to play bishop h3. I wonder if it transposes sometimes. So if I play bishop h3, where's there? Okay, let's try it. Bishop h3. Okay,
Yeah,
any
maybe some extra option, take on h6 I have.
for black.
Yeah.
I'm looking at bringing the queen in somehow. So if I play knight here,
Bishop takes knight.
Yeah, if I take.
I was wondering about a check first.
Yeah. Check looks very strong, actually, doesn't it?
Okay, king g8.
Maybe just take with a pawn, open the g file.
Queen f6.
Queen f6.
No, it should be bad. I mean, on d5 is, but still not that clear.
Not completely clear, but this feels like fun for white to me. We need to bring this rook. It's not completely clear, but I'm really suspicious about this.
But actually, white lacking some pieces to give a mate. Maybe it's not that already not so dangerous for black.
I'm not sure knight h4 is...
Should we go back?
Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah, actually white has a lot of options here.
So many options.
Yeah.
Bishop's still on g2 in the game as well, isn't it? Maybe he wants to keep the bishop eyeing up d5 in some lines. Maybe that's...
Okay.
I'm not...
Position is he's still thinking.
Nice played. Oh wow, this is unbelievable.
What
He looks like he's played knight h2. Now that is a very cool move. Unbelievable. Knight h2. Well, as far as we can see from the board.
Yeah, this is what I am.
This looks crazy.
Yeah.
If this is the best way to play.
Unpredictable.
He could have gone h6, g6, queen d2 with his, big space and bishop g5 coming. Instead, he's gone for this.
Slow motion attacking move, but I mean, this is incredible.
But it's the point. He has got he's threatening queen h5 and bishop takes d5.
Yeah.
So he wants to keep the bishop hitting d5. He's still got. It's.
Okay, maybe even g5. G6 this is the safest option, but maybe even g5.
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 You've got to be joking.
No, but okay. My idea is to put
You want to?
tonight at some point to the game. So
Yeah. No, I realise, but it just.
okay, sorry, maybe time to
You
go.
have to go at this critical
Yeah.
moment.
Okay. So you dump the most complicated move on us, and then you say goodbye.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Yeah.
Okay. Listen, Pavel. No, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Okay.
so-
Right, have a good trip.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck.
Yeah.
Have a nice time.
Thank you, Pavel. So, well,
Move over.
that was great.
So here we are.
Pavel Yanov disappearing. He's got to catch a train. He's going out of here. He's going to play in, I think, the Macedonian Team Championship. I think it was. That's the life of a chess professional. He's going to catch the train. He injected a note. Well, until this very last move, he injected a note of sanity and class to the proceedings, and now it's just us again. Knight H2. I mean, this is fantastic. What are the clock times? Let's have a look. Morozevich, 15 minutes left. Ifan with 29 minutes left.
Okay.
The thing is, I think the Black's problem here is that there are so many different options that
Yeah,
it's hard to calculate everything. You have to, you know, at some point you just have to use your intuition, but that's when it can go horribly
G5 is
wrong.
certainly a move that White could overlook. I mean, it's a sort of move, you know, maybe everything works, but it's quite a, you know, there's so many options, you just have to play, really.
Yeah. Well, okay, if we're looking for a sane option, let's, before we return to G5, maybe we should look at G6. So, does he just want to play knight G4?
There's never, I'm getting sidetracked by ridiculous, I know it never works, but I mean there's some Queen E8, Bishop D5 tricks if
Yeah,
it's never going to work.
I know,
think,
but I was looking at those earlier as well.
Trying to make that
yeah.
work somehow, but that's never going to work, I think. So knight G4 probably. So the threats, knight takes F6 and bishop takes D5, basically checkmate.
Oops. Yep. And if the bishop goes back, then we might be able to just do something like very simple, like Queen F3. So, for example, here.
An F file.
Yeah.
That's just curtains, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. Well, let's just show that because that's quite nice. Here, and suddenly, the king is in the trap, which is basically Pavel's motivation for playing G5, which is a fascinating move. Strikes. Okay.
So what about knight G4? That's
yeah.
what I was thinking at the same time, because now if takes on F4, knight takes F6, and if queen takes bishop D5, king G6, and now queen G4, and if queen G5, and bishop F7, king H6, he's still hanging on.
Yeah, but just a moment. Let's just have a little think here, because. Feels like something is on.
Yeah. Queen E4, king H6, king G2.
Well, it's actually looking at Queen E4, just Queen here.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of bishop F7, but it's probably not working either.
Yeah, just play
king
here.
F6.
Oh, just here. I've got to protect the Queen.
Yeah.
But I couldn't see a follow-up in this position.
Yeah, this isn't so clear.
Yeah. Well,
maybe
it
it's
might be.
clear.
It's very clear. Yeah, but, well, of course, she has played a third option, and that is to bring the knight to E7. But, yeah, so many possible defenses. Okay, very logical to bring a piece over and cover some squares. And now D5 is better protected.
He's still always got the option of, I suppose after bishop H3, she can play rook C6 now. Which is not. Or rook A6 if, later as well. Maybe even rook A6 is better. Because, don't really care if bishop takes c8 happens. The bishop
Yeah.
wins.
So has he pushed it too far? This is the question. Okay, well, let me continue. Let me play knight g4.
So what about a move like is knight g6?
Which one?
Knight e g6,
Knight e g6.
maybe?
Yeah.
Or maybe he could take on g7 and go knight h6 check. Play slowly. If he gets hold of other bishops, queen f.
Yeah. Okay, but now I like your idea of bringing the rooks in.
Six,
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look quite enough. Well, you never know. Queen h5. I mean, it's still a big attack. I mean, the king is, you know, bishop g5 maybe will come in. There's still a lot of options here. White's queen side is also quite shaky. It might, you know, suddenly maybe black will get the king into safety and her whole queen side will be hoovered.
Well, that's true.
I mean, you know, you can suddenly
like,
take 3 or 4 pawns and, you know, whilst black is, you know, dealing with the problems on the king side. That's
Do you
the
know,
sort of thing that happens sometimes.
I'm very scared to switch the computer on here.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
very
We
scared.
look ridiculous, of course, but
Because
what can we do? You know, it's not easy.
I'm sure that a computer would just say, you know, black is winning.
Well, even if maybe the computer says black is winning because there's one difficult variation which works, and there's 15 tricky variations which end up winning for white.
Exactly.
And the computer says like +3, but the chances of a human actually winning are quite slim. So you never know in this sort of position.
Okay, that feels like the next move. Simply knight g4. And once this bishop goes, at least white will be able to operate on the dot squares, but let's see.
Yeah, he's definitely burnt his bridges here, hasn't he?
Well, he's played another option. He's played bishop h3.
Yeah, I suppose it makes sense. Now we said, what, maybe rook a6 or rook c6? I imagine rook c6 is the most logical, but rook a6 keeps all the pieces.
Well, we could return to knight g4. Now that there's some kind of possible...
Yeah, well, I imagine he's going to play, and she's going to play one of her knights to g6 now.
It's funny, I start to kind of...
I like rook a6 somehow, because we're not worried about the exchange. And, you know, that means all the pieces are involved in defending. It's got some...
Yeah, we should just show that. This... Well, I was going to say it spells an end to the attack. Not quite, but black should be very comfortable there.
Well, I still think white's got... Yeah, this is still quite decent for white. Again, because the queenside pawns are suddenly quite weak in this sort of position. You know, with the king exposed and lots of queenside pawns in the line on the fourth rank.
Yeah, maybe we take on g7 first.
Yeah, I don't think, you know, white's definitely fine here, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, who knows what's going to happen.
Well, this is quite a return to play from Alexander Morozevich. He hasn't played any classical chess this year, and in his first game, he's plunged in with a highly speculative piece sacrifice. And this is a big test for Hou Yifan. She's playing, you know, more and more top-level tournaments these days. She played in the Moscow FIDE Grand Prix and also Geneva FIDE Grand Prix. She said she wanted to get experience against top players. She also played in the Grenka Classic in April. So, you know, it's a tough tournaments.
You know, she's still only 22 or 23 years old.
I'll tell you, my crib sheets tell me that she's 23.
She's been world champion for years.
She's been world champion since she was 8.5.
I mean,
Yeah.
so she's still improving.
Yeah, she's still improving.
You know.
She's played rook c6.
Oh, okay. Well, keep the material. As we sort of concluded at the end, that probably white was doing quite well with 2 pieces for rook.
Knight g4 played under a minute by
So
by
we're
Morovic.
expecting a knight to g6 now.
Maybe let's just switch to another game while we watch that one unravel. Let's go to Georgiadis against Navarra. Well, we've had quite a few developments there. So after knight f6,
Took a bit of rook. Oh,
I think the rook wants to just say good morning to the pawn on g2, the standard Sicilian counter-attack. Let's have a look. This feels like it's turning in black's favour.
yeah, it's very unpleasant. It's just one of... This looks...
Why can't we take a pawn?
Well, we can. He decided... He's going to play rook d8.
Okay, you want to give a check here.
Give a check and...
Okay, that's annoying. I'm playing blitz chess. Yeah, maybe that's a
maybe
slight problem.
king g6 looks like a good move. Get away from... Or
Yeah, but then
g8 check
you
and
play
king
rook
f7.
g8.
Yeah, then okay. Okay. So he needs a good move here, maybe.
Let's just check clock times because Nico's Nico's down to 1 minute
Okay. He's,
for his remaining 10 moves to get to the time control. Not easy at all. Yeah, but as you say, we need a good move for black here.
maybe rook b5. I suppose he's... basically, if we just assess the position, I mean, white has got 2 pawns fixed on dark squares with his dark square bishop. He's got weaknesses everywhere, basically 4 weak pawns, 3 or 4 weak pawns. I mean, the position looks horrible with 1 minute on the clock. This went wrong quite quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, I think maybe he missed g takes f6 or something like, or maybe rook f6.
Yeah, rook f6. Can we just have a little quick look back to see if it could have improved around how come it went bad? Bishop takes.
It's possible he underestimated.
Maybe he shouldn't have taken on. Maybe
Yeah,
he
but
just played c3.
I think he might have underestimated this move.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if we go back, maybe he can just play some other move like bishop b6.
Yeah, this position feels about equal, but it went wrong very quickly.
So the position we've reached is this, with the rook has come to b5 and now rook d8.
He played rook b5, did he? Oh yeah. Okay. And now,
He did, bravo.
Now he can, well, bishop b4, for example. Is it going to get mated with king g6, rook's check, king g6, h4?
Yeah, but
Doesn't look like mate to me.
looks like white's position has just
They're
deteriorated.
all the pawns are just dropping.
Yeah.
No, it's a shame for Nico. His position seems to have just gone down.
Bishop b4 being played. Yep. Looks good for Navarra. Okay, let's switch to Studer against Lecco. We're reaching critical stage in the game. We left it round about here. Knight h6 check. I think we
Just
looked.
play king g7.
Wow.
Instead of playing bishop takes h6 followed by bishop d2, which is what we looked at, he just activates his king and gets the same position.
But here, he isn't even bothering taking back. He's played c3. This is brilliant.
So he's threatening to take on f1 and c2.
So Lecco is a whole rook down for the moment. But
This is wonderful.
But he is threatening the rook. He's threatening the knight.
And he's threatening the queen. Promote.
Clock times. Let's have a look. Well, as far as I can see, 20 minutes remaining for Studer, 23 for Lecco. I don't know if that's accurate.
Well, it looks like Nico Noel Nova in a tournament, the way their opponents have played. Can you see a bishop?
Well, the only move that sort of springs to mind is just to play bishop a4, but this is horribly passive. I mean, even if we just recapture here,
yeah,
it looks pretty bad for white.
That black king is just marching in as well.
Fantastic play from Lecco, I have to say.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay, let's just do a little survey of where we got to on the other boards as well. Bakro against Ponomariov.
Ponomariov for a while. Here we are.
Now, we were playing the passive b6, and that did look very good for white. But instead of that, Ponomariov has just played rook b8.
I think that's more a sign of how bad the position was after b6, bishop b5. Okay.
He's playing like Lecco.
Yeah. Well, this is it's. I suppose his dream would be to get rid of all the pawns on the queen side, be left with 4 against 3 and hang on.
Okay, this looks like it could be a good practical decision. So
Yeah.
takes, and
attacking the bishop and the c pawn. So
let's do this. Yeah, and now we can take here and come back with a bit of luck. Oh no, we take here. All right, so let's. What are we going to do? Bishop f1 or bishop? Okay, let me play bishop f1.
then we take and go bishop. Bishop. We need to get it on that diagonal. Not so easy.
Yeah, but maybe we just play bishop b4 and a5.
Yeah, and then knight comes to d6. This is actually good comp.
Doesn't look bad at all with the rook.
Pawn.
With the rook on
black squares, opposite colour bishop. Sorry.
right. With the rook on b2, this looks tremendous.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting, but maybe let's see how far we've got. It went here. Takes. No, what's his intention? I think he wants to take here and then just.
Yeah. This position looks quite close to equal. You know, the knight blockading on d6, pawn on a5, king on f6. If the rooks are exchanged, I don't really, I would feel it's quite close to. That would be my original feeling.
I mean, I don't really want to exchange rooks, but even...
Well, the rook on b2 is very strong with pressure against f2. I mean, if you end up passive, you could end up worse with white here. If you're defending f2 and then the a pawn can come rolling down the board. Basically, the white bishop is a much poorer piece and its opposite number in this position.
Okay, we've got we've got this position.
Okay.
I think I'm predicting a draw there.
Yeah.
Let's go to Morozevich Ifan. After rook c6, knight g4, knight eg6, bishop D2. Taking
clears the F line.
Yeah, I was going to say taking coolness to a new level.
Yeah. Oh. It's very difficult to assess this, isn't it?
That's amazing. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
So can you
Pascal. Auf dem Schirm. Okay, little technical issue there, but I think we solved it.
Bishop D2? Wow.
Amazing retreat.
Yeah. I imagine Queen F3 is on the cards. And then maybe take on G7. Or maybe Queen F3. Maybe he needs to double rooks. He's willing to play quite slow. Bishop D2. He'd really love that rook on A1 to be in the game as well.
All right. So what if I just decide it's time to hack some pieces off the board? Can I do this?
Probably have to take on G7 maybe.
So recapture.
Yeah, Queen F3, King G8, and here there's nothing. Knight H6, Bishop H6.
Maybe we come back the other way, Bishop G2.
Oh yeah.
Start hitting D5 again, I don't know.
It's only one pawn for a piece, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, can we just go back a couple of moves, maybe? So Bishop D2.
And I'm
Bishop
playing
C8.
Bishop C8.
Bishop C8 looks like a good move.
My goodness.
Knight takes F6 maybe, and wow, but
Can I take this one off? Just for fun? Or is that too much? Maybe
we can take on G7 maybe, but threatening to get a queen.
I take that.
Yeah, it looks like black's over the worst here.
Yeah,
Bishop
but
C8 looks like a good move.
yeah, but maybe this one first,
H5.
and then Queen F3.
Oh yeah, okay.
Still in the balance.
Yeah, this is very complicated. Great words of
I
wisdom.
thought it was crystal clear.
Bishop C8, I like Bishop C8.
Okay, clock times. What's the situation? Evening up. 15 minutes remaining for Ifan. She has played pawn to D4, as far as I can see. Pawn to D4. Now, what's that got to do with the price of tea in
She
China?
wants to give checkmate herself, maybe on the long diagonal. Or maybe she can't see a huge threat, and she's just...
Extraordinary.
She wants to play Queen D5 as White's just vacated the diagonal. She's choosing active defence.
I mean, if the worst comes to the worst, I should be able to play King H2 anyway.
Oh.
Don't know.
You don't, yeah, D4, yeah.
Something about that looks a little bit fishy to me.
Yeah, but maybe she can't see anything concrete. Maybe it's against Queen F3 ideas. It's taking control of that square.
Yeah, true. Well, let me start by taking on g7.
Okay, bishop takes g7.
Okay, I'm playing in the Morozevich spirit. I'm just going to play very slowly.
Well, we have to take that, obviously. Yeah, this is now queen d5. Of course, I was thinking about taking that off.
Yeah, I thought you were.
And then rook e6 check. And now rook takes e2, rook takes e2, and black is probably at least not worse. Probably, maybe even better. Oh, yeah, but this is an important move, a3 actually. It's available. Suddenly they get into some sort of ending, and a3 just causes a lot of damage.
We've got to move. Well, he did take on g7 instead of bishop g7. He Ifan took with the king. Well, at least she's moving quickly. You know, she's not hesitating too much. I think very important. I mean, I think in this kind of position, it's very difficult to see your way through. So, you know, she's just...
to be honest, I mean, it looks, if you just came to this position for the first time without having to follow up, it looks, you know, not that great for white. We haven't looked at a computer saying this,
no,
but
no.
I mean...
We mustn't look at the computer.
No.
Or do you want to?
No.
No,
Not yet.
It would spoil it.
So...
It takes the magic away.
Yeah. Can you see? I can't really see.
So a forcing move. So bishop g2.
Why is that a forcing move?
Well, it's not, of course. Yeah. I was hoping it forced the rook to move away, but of course you're absolutely right.
I remember Yasser Saruman always gave the advice of inviting everyone to the party.
Yeah.
And I feel the rook on a1
needs to come to the party.
It needs to come to the party, but there's no real way to get there now, I would say. He's just missed the party. I mean, you know.
Okay, well, let me give a check.
Okay, well, we'll go.
That shuffles the pack.
Okay, go back to g8.
Yeah. Now.
I mean, black's got a lot of pieces defending his king.
Okay, I'm going to play queen f3. There's a strange move.
Yeah.
Raised eyebrows from you, Joe.
Why can't I just play bishop back to g7?
Well, I suppose you could.
Don't really see.
No, I don't see what I'm doing either.
Yeah.
So that's the position on the board, and we're struggling to find a good continuation. As you say, that rook on a1 is a problem. We need to get it in the game somehow, but not easy.
Well, it's too late now for that rook. He needs to win without it, or draw without it. Well, black's got two knights defending his king. One knight defending the king's already quite good. He's got two knights around his king, the rook on c6. But I mean, objectively, he'll need he'll need a tactical miracle. I can't see one, but you know.
Yeah. I think we're trying to make gold out of lead in this position. If you get my drift.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. We'll move on. Let's come back to Bakho against Ponomaryov.
They've got the ending. Is that the actual position on the board?
That's the actual position on the board. Well, I think White can plug away at this one.
Yeah, how is he going to make progress?
Well, first of all, I'm going to play G4.
Black will take that, as he's very happy to exchange.
And I will recapture.
And then I'll play G5.
G5, before I can lock you in with that one. Okay,
Yeah.
G5. Yeah, but now, can I do something on the H5?
Well, we can take on F4.
Sorry, take on F4.
We'll just take and maybe bishop d2 check if we need to.
Let me see. Now.
There's nothing to attack.
I'm
Except the king. Except the king.
I'm working on that.
You've got to play for checkmate.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't think it's going to
Well,
happen.
let's throw a check in it.
Okay, well, king g5. And we'll go back.
To F6.
Yeah. Okay, well,
I'm going to follow your advice.
thank you, well done, yeah. Okay, maybe we didn't, I wasn't, but even so, if we just go back. Well, you think you're getting somewhere now? There's still no way in, just check. Bishop d2. Okay,
Might be a way if I can do something like this in G6.
okay, alright. So maybe,
Maybe.
okay, you've proven,
but
you've shown, you've made a point. I think black could play more accurately. Probably not g5 then, just wait.
Yeah, I should say that Bakho has just played Bishop A4. He's
Okay,
waiting for his moment. Yeah, I must say, I don't think it's completely cut and dried.
what about playing h4? I suppose that's quite weak. And king g4, knight f5, and black's losing control. Bishop c2, but if he ever takes it,
Hang on, we've got to watch out for this. T3 check, so better play here first.
yeah. Bishop e1.
Now here, so... Yeah, but if I can trade that, and yeah, I think if I trade and then feels like I'm getting somewhere
Yeah, yeah.
because I might be able to play d6, but maybe I can't trade.
Maybe you can play rook e3. See where the bishop goes.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
go after one of the pawns.
Well, it feels like I might be getting somewhere.
Yeah, this is like concessions.
Excuse me, sir. You can also see the board from up here.
Okay.
Okay.
I haven't realized.
Yeah, and now you're in the camera, and now we say goodbye. Well, I should say we're in the main foyer here in the Biel Congress House, and there's a bit of traffic. We get people wandering on stage, oblivious to this
That's fine.
very professional broadcast. But it was lovely to have your contribution. Now, yeah, sorry, that's the position on the board. Doesn't feel cut and dried to me.
Not completely, yeah. I
Mm.
still predict a draw. I
Yeah.
mean, you know. Yeah, but there's a plan, g4, g5. You know, what black could maybe wait with just a king on g7.
It's
And
probably
then wait. And I mean, you know, he can attack, or if he attacks e7, well, the bishop's defending it. What is there to attack? As you're saying, maybe eventually f5, but more
well, let's
pawns have been
see.
exchanged.
I seem to remember Magnus squeezing a position very, very similar
I
to
suppose
this.
one thing that could happen is he exchanges off and then eventually gets some sort of mating attack.
Yeah, exactly.
white
But this is what
square
Magnus
bishop.
did.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably if the king is stuck on the king side,
Yeah.
there could be some sort of attack. But
Knight f5 played. Well, he's inviting g4.
Yeah.
I would accept the invitation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe Ponomarov is confident of setting up some kind of fortress, but
Yeah. Well, I assume he's going to accept it. I mean, maybe, you know, it's g4 is inevitable. He might as well get it out of the way. And this is where he's probably going to sit and wait.
yeah, but okay.
Problem is, when you play f5, you're going to exchange off your bishop, so there will be no mating attack. And then the bishop will wait on d6. There'll be no exchange sack or b4.
Yeah, but can we get some kind of Zugzwang position? So I mean, I don't know how you want to wait. King, I don't know, random move. So here,
Yeah.
random move here.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I'll play this.
Okay, we'll take it.
Take here. So my point is this: that after exchanging, then I put, let's say,
Well, let's put the bishop back on d6. So
Yeah.
we're threatening maybe
so
to play a.
all right,
You know,
so I'll
okay,
do
we'll go back
this.
to b4 now.
here. So how can I arrange this here?
Okay, we'll go back to d6.
Yeah, now I get the other side.
Now I'll go a4, a3.
Oh, still can't allow that, so I play this one first.
Okay, I'll wait. Bishop b4.
Yeah, but now I can play that one. Oh, this one. I've got there.
And then what?
Wait and see.
Maybe we should have a quick check on maybe Nico, how he's getting on. Has he-
Yeah, okay. What I'm
Start
saying
with
is, okay, once I get the rook to a6, and I play g6 and trade,
Yeah.
and then get the king to e6, well,
I don't,
I don't know.
because if you take on e7, takes a4, you queen at the same time. I don't see a plan really.
Okay, but it feels like I'm kind of might be
You've made
pressing.
sort of progress, but
Yeah.
maybe
Okay.
that's the most you can do.
Let's go to Nico. Ooh.
He's lost a piece, but he's only got one pawn left.
Quick recap. We left the position around here.
So how did it go? Bishop b4, h4. Oh, just a minute. That was quite a strange continuation. He didn't play h5. Remember we said h5 and we laughed. He didn't do it because of g5 or what? I don't know.
Well, okay. Let's just see what happened. Well, I'm very surprised. So maybe Nico's surviving.
I'm not sure I go that far.
Not yet. Okay, but if I take,
Yeah,
well, I can take here.
he's
We're
gonna
heading. We could be
take on
heading for.
e5, bishop d8 to b6. and
Could be heading for rook and bishop against rook.
No, you won't get that far. Because he'll play bishop d8 to b6 and then take on b7 and a7.
Winning for white.
Winning for white, yeah. This position looks winning for white.
So has he turned it round?
Is that,
Oh, wait a second. If I play here.
can we just go back? How
Yeah.
how
Well,
does
let's can we look at this one first?
oh, yeah.
Because that looks like a draw to me. Straight away.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
That looks like a
'cause
draw, yeah.
We have basically it's the wrong colour for the bishop. So that's a draw. Of course, he doesn't need to take. But looking drawish. Okay, you want to go back. Where to?
Just I didn't quite see how he sort of what happened after h4 bishop. He played bishop f8. Why did he play this move? What was the problem? I suppose after h5 he plays g5. That's what we didn't see when we were quickly. And then probably that's quite a dangerous pawn.
Yeah. Okay.
It's quite a strange continuation. Right.
So Nico's done well. He's reached the time control.
Okay.
And as far as I can see, whoops, not that position. That's the position. We could well be heading for a draw. But I mean, the only question is maybe whether he can try and play on.
Well, he's got not many squares for the bishop. So, probably not. Black can always play b6.
Yeah.
At the right moment. You have to move his king first, but b6 is... if it... So we're saying rook takes e5, rook b5, rook b5 takes, and then just a draw.
Yeah, so that would be a draw straight away. But he doesn't need to do it. I suspect he's going to do that because the other one looks too iffy to me. Let's go back to Morozevich and against Ifan. Wow. King g7, queen f3. Rook b6.
Okay. Thrown in. Now queen d5.
And we've got some more moves, and now he's traded on d5.
Well, he was faced with the threat of queen h1, mate. So he's ended up a piece down in the ending. Is there any... it looks completely lost. It's all gone horribly wrong.
Yeah,
It looks so interesting, but...
Looks to me as though Ifan has...
there was too many options for white, maybe. He just got confused.
just taken on f6.
Wow. Everything's good. Rook, king.
Well, the only thing I can see for white is if white trades here and tries to get a rook to the c file. So, I mean, how do you want to recapture that? Should we say
with a rook, can't we? Probably.
Okay,
I mean, that
fine.
makes most sense.
So I'll trade here.
Yeah, and we'll take that back.
Yeah, now rook c1.
Okay. Probably we could play king g8 and rook f7.
King
You're gonna
g8.
play rook
Very
c5.
cool. Now let me see.
I'm not sure about king g8. Do we really need to play that move?
Maybe rook a7? How about rook
Yeah,
a7?
rook a7.
To
and
cover
rook
the 7th rank.
Rook c5.
Yeah.
Try and get... Well, there's even bishop a2 and, you know, bishop back. Basically, one pawn for a piece.
Yeah, but then the knights... Okay, defensively they're good, but they're not very good offensively. You know...
Well, knight e6. I agree. I mean, there's the technical difficulties in this position. But,
yeah.
you know, they're not insurmountable, would be my guess.
And that's exactly what we've got on the board. He has taken on d4, so I imagine he's going to go for... I mean, I don't see any other option, to be honest. Okay.
Also after cd, rook c1, knight e6 at once is definitely...
Let me see. Okay, but looking under control. Let's go to Studer against Lecco.
So where do we leave this game?
We left it here.
Okay.
So then bishop a4. That's fantastic. I mean, we were sort of looking at this, king takes. Instead, Lecco's just played rook h8. This is amazing. Incredible move.
Well, why is it so good? What's the advantage over rook h8?
I guess he just wants to bring his rook into play.
Yeah, but his bishop's forced back.
Yeah, but anyway, the bishop is defending. That's on the board now. Quick. Wait, it's now level material. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Sorry, white's exchange up still.
Yeah, well, sorry,
Yeah.
I meant pawns, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
beg your pardon. But pawns are level. Is this rook going to make a switch down here?
I suppose rook b8, and he can't play rook b3. c2. It's quite a pretty variation. We can play it, sorry. Never mind.
Okay. So...
Actually, I don't really like rook h8. It might be incredible, but I think he maybe was getting carried away. Well, I shouldn't speak too soon.
Yeah.
I mean, bishop...
Okay, yeah, all right. Well, let's make use of the rook on the h file. So what about here? There you go. Don't underestimate
I'm not underestimating.
of Lecco's initiative.
Well, I'd like to come with my king to d3 if I can.
So rook g5, you... Oh no,
I could...
yeah, you can play rook g1.
I can play rook g1, bishop e3, king e3, rook g1.
White's okay there, isn't he?
And then white's a pawn up.
Yeah, white's pawn up. So king f2 is a slight problem. Oh, maybe we need a square for this bishop.
Oh, but we're threatening we can just take on d2 in a minute, if nothing else. And now, for example,
Take on d2 here.
it's a possibility. Yeah. We might end up a pawn down. And rook d3, rook h2, king e3, d1, and rook takes a2. And white's a pawn down, black's a pawn up.
But I think that was kind of... I don't think you didn't need to rush it, did you?
No. Well, but it's not so easy this position because black pawns are weak.
Okay,
Let's go back a little bit. What's the actual position he's played?
Rook d1 is the actual position.
Okay.
But I'm trying this, and then bishop c8 to attack the pawn. I'll tell you how the game's going to end.
Yeah, go
It's
on.
going to end like this. Here, check, and rook h5.
No, I don't think so.
Draw.
I don't agree. I mean, the other, you know.
Okay, let's just check the clock times because we've got 7 minutes remaining for Studer, 8 minutes for Lecco.
I still prefer switching the rook back to the queen side somehow.
Okay, let's try.
I don't know.
How are we going to do it?
So, what about rook c8? Planning bishop c6, rook b8, and then if rook b3, c2.
Okay, you've got your move.
I've got that bishop misplaced on c6.
Nice.
So that's like, I mean the rook belongs, I'm a bit confused about rook h8.
Alright, so I'll blockade.
Yeah, now I suppose I'd like to, yeah.
Well, I can see that Lecco's actually played rook b8.
Oh, okay.
So what's his intention after rook b3?
Maybe now rook c8, of course.
Ah.
Of course, that's the way to do it.
Well, this is an amazing game, isn't it? That's a brilliant idea. So rook b8.
So if bishop b3, I assume you're going to take it. Followed by...
You're on fire, Joe.
No, I'm not on fire. This is Lecco's on fire.
Yeah, followed by c2. Game over.
This
Ooh.
reminds me of the famous, was it Bagirov-Gufeld game? Where he had like one bishop and 6 pawns against 2 rooks or something.
That's right. The power of the bishop. Fantastic.
So rook b8.
So, okay, let's just take it through
Well,
step by step. So rook b2 is sort of the threat.
Basically, after rook b2, it's game over. Bishop e3 check and bishop g2 checkmate is the idea. So he's threatening bishop e3 and rook b2. So this is a serious... rook b3 looks forced.
Well, okay, before we go for rook b3, I just want to indulge me with this move. So rook b2.
Yeah, if king e2.
Okay, now, wait a second.
What?
I was wondering about this move.
Wow.
Is this bonkers? Probably is bonkers, but I'll try it anyway.
Okay, if I take with a pawn.
Yeah. And now I'm going to play bishop d1. Don't want to be very greedy and take a pawn.
Okay. Well, you've done quite well.
Thank you. I've got my king a little bit closer.
Yeah. It's not easy to make progress.
Not so clear.
No, not at all. Can we go back a little bit then?
Yeah.
So we'll...
Well, of course, you can play rook takes.
Yeah, this probably makes more sense.
Then I go the other way. And then I want to take that off.
And then we take on...
So here... Ooh, something funny. No, I just...
I'm going to go g5.
g5, threatening something very nasty.
He's probably going to go f4. And then we can maybe take 2 pawns. We take a2 and h2. The game goes on. Looks like a draw, but a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, still not over.
But maybe we can just go back, because
sure.
It was a nice move. So rook b8, king f2. Maybe he should keep his... Can he keep his bishop? Not really.
But okay, should we look at the kind of the most obvious move first? So rook b3 and your move rook c8. Now, do I have anything at all here?
I think there's been a move.
Has there been a move?
Ustudas seems to have moved. He's taken immediately on d2.
Ah.
He's going for your line, but an improved version.
Is it?
But it's going to be a worse version.
Could be a worse version.
It's quite interesting that he came to this conclusion.
Takes. Okay. So what does he want now?
He hasn't taken. Well, he's going to go.
Well, okay. King f2.
Yeah. Bishop d7? No, that's not good enough, is it?
Bishop d7, well, probably just be very safe.
Yeah, I was just hoping to get... He hasn't taken back yet. I think Lecco may have misplayed it slightly.
Well, he's recaptured.
Yeah.
That's where we're
He's going to play king f2 very quickly, I imagine. Is there another move? Is rook d3 a move?
Rook d3, rook b2. I don't think it helps, does it? I think king f2 has to be played. Yeah, he's played king f2.
Yeah. Oh, rook b2 is the obvious move, isn't it? But
so he's finally got rid of one of those bishops.
So the material is now level, finally.
Amazing stuff.
It's a baptism of fire for Noel Studer in his first big Grandmaster tournament.
Yeah, but he seems to be coming through pretty well. I mean, I think we could be heading for a draw here, but this...
Well, I think he might still be a little bit worse.
Okay, but
There's some lines where...
How?
He might end up a pawn down.
So this rook b2 idea. And I'm going to play this.
D1. Yeah. He's got weak pawns as well.
Hmm.
Maybe he's got to play f5. f5 maybe, I don't know.
f5?
Yeah, I think so.
And try and bring the king or something.
Yeah, and also you can take on e4 and go bishop g4. There's an idea. So if rook takes a7, king f6. Well, I suppose he's going to play king e3. And we have to take that pawn.
I can't see how black is getting through here.
No.
Still, I think white is fine.
Yeah.
I think Lecco realises that. He's shifting uncomfortably in his
Great
seat.
defence.
Brilliant.
Rook takes d2.
Yeah.
We had the right idea. Maybe it was similar. Well, you had the right idea.
Okay, let's switch. Morozevich, Ho Ifan. Let's just recap. We left it around here. So Ifan, a pawn up, a piece up. Saying she played knight h4.
Oh, nice move.
Wow. Takes, and here.
That's quite clinical. Just looks like resignation.
Yeah. Okay, she's managed to coordinate her pieces very, very well.
What's happening after, what's the point of c6? Bishop takes c6, is there a point? Or?
Wait a second, it's gone.
Oh, it's
Bishop
happened.
c6, rook c1 and rook d6.
So he's just going to resign now. I mean, he's just a piece down.
Good technique.
He's actually got 2 pawns, but they're all, weak.
Split pawns.
Her pieces are very, very strong now. She's going to have some big attack against the king. And all the white pawns are going to drop one by one.
And the king is very weak as well, actually.
Yeah,
once this knight starts to fly in.
Once he gets to move 40, he'll probably just offer his hand.
Wow.
Yeah.
So good defense.
Sad, really, this game, because I feel that, well, we haven't checked the computers, obviously. Maybe the people listening know what's, if there was actually a very strong way to play, but it looked like there could have been. Bishop h3 made sense. He sort of waited too long, allowed black to get her rooks in the game, the knight back to e7, a lot of pieces defending the king. He was sort of a bit hesitant.
But as we mentioned earlier, it wasn't actually necessary to go all in with this sacrifice.
No, yeah. That c4 idea that Pavel pointed out is very important in them sort of positions, because once black plays b4 and a4, as we saw earlier, then there's no breakthrough on the queen side.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So it looked sacrificed in a position where white was slightly better, and the sacrifice was probably unclear or...
Okay, listen, let's switch games, because that one's not looking good. We've got that. So basically, Navarra, that's the position on the board. He's forcing a draw. So after rook takes, I mean, you have to take because the bishop is on, so you have to take. And now white's problem is that that's the wrong color pawn, so that king can hide over. Well, probably not even necessary. So we've got to move the bishop.
Bishop d2, king f5.
Yeah.
Well, how are we going to force a draw with white?
Oh, wow. Maybe that was it.
What?
Maybe we've just misassessed it completely. Oh, is that nasty? I was just thinking you draw, but wait a second. This is a bit shocking.
I was wondering earlier, I assumed there was just a way.
Oh, I just didn't even assume.
We don't have the bishop on d2, gives a tempo to the king.
Yeah. Okay, let's...
I thought we needed to get the white king to b1.
So, okay, let's play here.
That seemed to be the way to do it. Bishop e7's a much better move.
If I play here?
And now... Well, there's always going to be a tempo, is there?
Okay, so if I... Let me come here.
Yeah.
King up.
King
Yeah.
G2. King F3. We need to get to B1, then it also it's King C4. It's probably going to be okay. King E2. B4.
I'm just wondering if I do this actually.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So B4,
Yeah.
and I come
King
here.
2, King B3. No, it's no good. Can't get to A. King. Well, B3 we play King D2, King C1, King B1.
And if here,
And then he can't win. And then we go King D2 and he can't because the pawn's on priest.
oh, the pawn's on priest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the point.
Beg
I think
your
yeah, the bishop is should be a draw.
pardon.
It'd
Yeah,
be amazing if this was a win.
should be. We had a bit of a heart attack moment there. Should be a draw.
So bishop E7.
But I think actually that's what Nico is looking. Of course, you don't need to take.
No.
Now that we switched our brains in gear,
Oh dear.
you can just play Bishop F4. What are we?
Right.
It's been a long day, folks. Or is White winning?
Huh?
Here we go. Takes.
Well, he's got the wrong coloured rook's pawn. And there's going to be a B5, A takes B6, and then
We
a
can't.
king on C6 or something.
We can't prevent.
I think you can put the bishop on B6, the king goes in the corner.
No, this is just.
It's a well-known.
Yeah. No. I was just wondering if we keep the bishop on this diagonal, but something like this.
Bishop B6.
Yeah, well, Bishop B6. Then you go in. That's a draw.
You're sure?
Pretty fairly sure. Actually, this would be fun. I'll do this. B5. Ah, here we go. We have a result. Anyway, that's good fun. We got a result, and Ho Yifan has defeated Alexander Morozevich. So perhaps we'd like to invite her to come to the stage. That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, I'll vacate this seat.
Okay. So that was quite a baptism of fire in this first round of the tournament.
Yes, I mean, Alexander decided to take on d5, which surprised me a bit. I mean, of course, I paid attention to the similar idea, but during the game, I didn't really think that he would go for it.
But you know this guy by reputation.
Okay, but still, I mean, he could even try before h5, but maybe he was hoping for some h6. But I mean.
We were just thinking he would do something normal. Oh, wait a second. You can't play. Can you play g5 here?
Yeah, that was actually could be the idea. Yeah, I mean, you could take on knight g5, queen g4, but then I could take on e5 with, I think, c knight, and then if we exchange, I have f6, take on d3.
Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah.
But could he start with knight g4 before playing h6?
Yeah, you could start with knight g4.
Avoiding these tricks.
Yeah.
So knight g4.
Yeah, it's kind of typical idea. Then push h6.
Sure.
And
didn't concern you.
And then we thought queen d2, bishop g5. And if you ever play b4, c4?
Yes, maybe c4, b4. Because if I start with b4, white always has this c4.
Yeah.
Okay, still very unclear.
Yeah.
Okay, well, listen. Complicated game. Let's cut to the chase. Let's look at knight takes pawn. So, I mean, what were your feelings when he made the sacrifice?
I mean, nothing special. Of course, I'm a little bit surprised, but just trying to recheck what I had seen. Of course, I didn't really see everything, but gives me a feeling that it shouldn't work out for white with accurate reply.
Okay, so you composed yourself and you had a bit of a think here, just to check stuff. We were kind of surprised, but okay, you kept your cool. It's the most important thing.
I mean, white has some bishop h3 idea, but I think if he would go for this, then there's no sense to sacrifice.
Yeah.
Maybe king g8, something simple.
Right, just simply here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, h6 always bishop f6.
Okay.
I didn't really see anything for white.
Okay. And in the game?
Yeah, and he played knight h2. Another very interesting idea.
Yeah, exactly.
But then after knight e7, I mean, at least my rook is kind of also joining the fight.
Yeah, well, we didn't see anything at all. I mean, did he mention anything after the game?
Not really.
Not really. Okay,
yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah, kind of feeling that actually when this exchanging queens, it's already kind of over.
That was a nice move, d4. You just paid no attention to anything he was doing and just created
it makes
nice.
sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, otherwise, white has some idea like f4. I don't know. f4, f5 could be a little bit unpleasant if I try some move like, I don't know, maybe bishop c8 also possible.
Yeah, I think we were looking at bishop c8, and to be honest, we
also didn't see anything for white.
Also fine for you, but d4 is, well, very straightforward and very nice.
Yes, I mean with idea rook e6, queen d5, it's kind of very concrete.
Exactly. And yeah, as you say, very concrete. And once the queens are exchanged, well, it's good night, really. Yeah. Okay, so well, a very convincing first round, really. But okay, you must have you felt rather nervous, at least, when he sacrificed on d5 at first.
Well, not really nervous, actually. I mean, of course, it's a little bit shocked, but still, I mean, I have kind of feeling that this kind of things, first of all, shouldn't work out. And especially if considering that my performance in the last tournament, where I screwed a few quite good positions and missed something. So, I mean, this game already is kind of in a very, I could say, positive attitude.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, well, thank you for joining us. And, well, good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank
You're
you
welcome.
very much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Then.
Thank you.
Okay, let's come back to the games, and Stud against Lecco.
So
he went for G5.
Well, he's done more or less what? He's just trying to make a draw. Maybe not.
Wow. Lecco is still pressing.
So if f takes g4, is he taking on e4? And king c3. No, sorry, f takes g4, I said just maybe to start with.
Okay, but
King c3 as well, okay.
Sorry, what happens on this? Oh, maybe you
take on f3 and
take on f3.
f2.
My goodness.
Yeah.
the initiative still rolls. It's extraordinary.
It's not the amount of pawns, it's the quality. In this So if he takes on g4, he's got 3 possibilities with his f pawn.
Yeah, but why don't I just do... Oh, no, you can take and play king e2.
King e2 looked like a draw.
But here?
Yeah, this is what I was wondering about.
Extraordinary. Of course, there's also...
F takes.
F takes, but...
yeah, this is what I was wondering, king c3, I thought was okay.
Exactly.
And now...
This is very close, but it's not quite. King c,
yeah, we'd need that g pawn to be not on the board.
Yeah, exactly. we need bishop f5 check.
Yeah.
That would be a cute move, but not quite. So I don't quite see what the move is there. Okay, let's go back. So what did I play? f4. Oh, well, wait a second. It's gone. Rook h7, bishop g2. The tension in this game. So that's the 40th move.
Bishop G2, yeah, the tension. We spoke earlier about Lecco relieving the tension.
Yeah, but he's kept the tension for the entire
Actually,
game.
this looks, maybe Rook H7's a mistake.
Last move of the time control. Maybe that was the problem. What was he down to?
I'm not sure, but I mean, what does he play now?
Yeah, he was down to his final seconds.
Okay, yeah. It's quite.
Maybe in this position he just had a kind of overload here that he simply didn't know what option.
Rook H7 doesn't look right, does it?
Yeah, but let's just see that again. So I wanted to play F4.
We could play Rook H7 now, maybe. As
same move.
G5 is a bit.
G5, King G6.
Rook H6. No, it's probably not good.
Yeah.
White's probably going to play King C3 at some point, isn't he, to force the issue. That's what.
So we're here.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how that gets on. F3, of course. No, F3, and we just take it.
Could be okay.
Well, we're attacking the rook. There's not.
Seems okay, doesn't it?
There's not a lot of.
Yeah. So I wonder what he was concerned about. I mean, maybe there are just too many options for him to
you
calculate.
could see that sort of position where White could play on like 2 pawns down, you know, with a pawn on F4, that after King C3 rook moves, and sort of, you know, King E5 coming in. To, seems a bit far-fetched, but it is far-fetched. Yeah. So let's have a look first of all. We don't know for sure that Rook H7, Bishop G2 isn't okay for White.
Yeah.
We've just assumed. So Bishop takes F3 is quite a big threat.
I wonder if, I don't know, it just doesn't quite feel right, does it?
So F takes G4.
Things A2 is also on prise, so if I played, well, I've got a choice actually. I'll take with a pawn. Because if King E3, I just want to play Bishop F3.
Yeah, yeah.
And here, there's no King
right
E2.
Yeah, that's the main point now.
Yeah. So if King here, then I think I can just, now I take this one.
Yeah.
So the rook has room.
Maybe he has to play Rook H6 to E6 now. Okay. To try and stop the pawn. And if
anyway, that doesn't look good, does it?
No.
I just wonder if, yeah, Noel is looking at the board there. Lecco has got up to clear his head. They've just reached the time control, but I should say that's the position on the board. And maybe his last move was a mistake.
He misplaces the rook just on, you know, it's probably just his time ran out.
Okay, listen, let's switch to Bacrot against Ponomarev. Then I think we're going to take a short break. Bacrot is playing very carefully.
He didn't play G4, obviously.
No, he just played Bishop D7 instead.
Yeah.
So he's pushing that knight to a slightly funny square.
You can checkmate him here. Rook E1, knight F5 to G3.
Put the knight there.
Stay positive.
Yeah, but I like the way he's done it, because he wants to play Rook D3 and G3 and force the exchange of the knight off. I don't think this is so simple, actually.
Okay, okay.
We've got knight F5, King E2. Okay, he couldn't take yet. I guess the F pawn is
with H4 if you ever
a
play
bit
G3.
sensitive. Yeah. So he played King E2 and now Bishop D6. I think we could be going around in circles. Looks like we have a result. I think they've agreed a draw.
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing that this... Yeah, they're repeating the position. They're going around in circles.
Yeah.
Interesting. So that's a draw. So we might wait for them to turn up.
Has Nico finished?
That's the position on the board. Exactly. Or not exactly, because the king is here.
It's completely different. Why is this king here?
Should we just do some counting? What happens?
Takes, king g4. He loses if he does that. Oh yeah, okay.
This one?
That looks...
Here, takes. Here, somewhere. Here.
Maybe the other way. He wants to get... Oh no, maybe not.
Okay, let's try. It's all about counting.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll let you do it then.
Can't go that way. We lose. We go this way. Here, here, and...
Oh, that's the point, of course.
He went the wrong way.
You don't need to go up. Yeah, you just play a6 at the right moment, of course.
Yeah, okay, so in this position we play
king
here.
g4. It's a very simple draw. Yeah, king back, king there, king back. And now a6. And he arrives just in time.
Got there.
Well done.
Draw. So that one's heading for a draw. Yeah, he's done his counting. We've got a draw in Bakho against Ponomaryov, and we have Noel and Peter battling it out there. But yeah, I think it looks like we're going to get a draw in Georgiadis against Navarro. Good fight, actually. It'd be interesting to hear what they say about that one.
Yeah. That was a lot of interesting games, actually.
No, it's good.
I think Studer Lecco is the game of the day.
Studer Lecco, absolutely brilliant. Yeah. In a sense, you know, Ifan's win, okay, very nice, and it promised a lot, but it.
Yeah,
Morozevich never
sort of just killed himself, didn't he? Really, it's just sort of suicidal.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't completely lost when he played the sacrifice, it might have been reasonable. It was just not the right thing to do, unless it's like an unnecessary gamble.
Okay, I think we're going to be joined by Ruslan Ponomaryov and Etienne Bakho. Maybe I think we should probably look at the critical moment in their game was just before this exchange sacrifice, actually. So here, after a6, let's see what they have to say about this one. They're trying to run off, but don't worry. We've got our man on the case. He's going to round them up. Here we go. So we're going to be joined by Etienne Bakho and Ruslan Ponomaryov right now. If you'd like to come on stage, that would be fantastic. Just for a few minutes. Just if you'd like to talk us through, not the whole game, but just a couple of critical moments. So,
very complicated somehow game. I don't know.
Yeah, we thought you were just worse. I'm going to be very blunt.
Yeah, I was
I thought
worse.
you were worse.
It's true, because white has two bishops.
Yeah, it looked nice. But then after a6, now it started to get...
a6 was not best way.
But
okay. No, but during the game I missed move queen e5.
Queen e5, is that later on?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, instead of a6, what do you think you should have done? Maybe something like this, I don't know.
Okay, white is slightly better, yeah. But
just g3 or something, I don't know.
Yes, maybe I should keep. But
okay,
a6 is, but a6 is okay.
a6 doesn't look so bad, I don't know. You also create some weaknesses open.
Yeah, sure. But it's better to keep probably position.
Yeah. It's funny,
because I
also have this maybe plan in some to play knight e8, knight d6 if I want, I don't know.
Yeah, but surely then your king side starts to look a little bare.
My king size?
Yeah, your king side.
What's wrong with it?
What's
No,
your?
I think normally, I don't know, as I studied, the most dangerous piece in the attack is a queen, but second one dangerous is a knight. So if white doesn't have a knight, I don't think that any attack should be really
Etienne, what do you feel about that?
here. Well, it's just, I don't know, maybe sophisticated. I don't know, some opinion from some books that I read, but
No, but okay, a6 is okay, but then
Okay, I must admit, we were looking at a6 and we thought, oh, okay, b6, and suddenly
I don't know, I didn't.
everything is
no, but
beautiful.
for b8
Like,
is best
yeah.
move.
I don't
Well-
have so much.
Indeed. Suddenly we realised, okay, it's not so clear.
Yes.
I know in the opening it was quite critical. Some tricky moments.
I'm sure it
But then-
was, but we haven't got that much time.
Okay, then okay, rook a2, rook v8.
So what's your questions? What we should do? Or
My question is, could you get anything more than this endgame?
Okay, after knight e8 it's critical.
well,
I missed that now. I thought that okay after queen e3 it's almost okay, it's big advantage, but maybe it's not because rook a6, queen a5, queen e5.
Okay, it's a nice
I was
move.
thinking to play queen d2.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why
Knight-
not queen h6 still? I'm not.
Yes.
Was not so sure.
Queen h6,
King g8, bishop f3. I don't know. Also was. You're straight in.
yeah, but
something,
knight
bishop
d6,
f3.
no?
Knight d6, maybe bishop f4,
Queen
queen f5.
f5.
It's not really like a problem.
No, but queen d2 was quite interesting.
Take on d6. Well, I also take on.
Oh, but I give you too much chance.
Yeah,
so-
I understood. Yeah. Your
Oops. This guy.
your king become even maybe weaker. Yeah, it's true. I don't know.
But queen d2 is quite interesting to avoid rook b2, but just
In-
knight d6,
Here.
rook e1, and queen f5, bishop g4, and queen b1.
Could be one.
Oh my
But
god.
I didn't
Well, I
find
want.
here
Well, I want
something.
rook b2 maybe in some moment anyway.
Yes, I didn't find clear way here. I didn't.
Maybe
I don't
h. No, well h5. No, I don't want to make it.
know. It was looking good for me, but then I don't know.
Well, this.
Maybe you have some computer here to help us. Because
No, we do.
No?
We're going raw.
Yes, but
we
then-
don't do computers.
Well, I don't know. I had 15 minutes in that moment. I just. Okay, I thought yes, I have some weakness like c5, a7, but white also need to be careful.
Yeah.
And I tried to like control all black squares somehow. I don't know.
Okay, interesting. And basically, this endgame.
because this endgame is equal.
Yeah,
no?
should be okay. I don't know. It's quite typical in some Grunfeld, I guess.
Mm.
So, I don't know. Maybe I didn't play so perfect here because I know suddenly there is
I thought you were just
Some-
going to go g4.
some tactical.
I thought you were just going to play g4.
Well, I can take
Okay.
g5 maybe. More pawns exchange
Yeah.
it. I don't know.
But sorry, in this
I think so.
in this position, we were looking at this and then
g5.
yeah, just rook h1.
Okay, take on f4. Maybe.
Sure.
I always have like
Check.
bishop d2 check maybe. If I check king g5 or king e5. Yeah. King e5.
Oh,
I
king
know.
e5. You're okay.
I can d4 of course. I don't know.
Oh, coming all the way.
I also have some
No,
contemplate.
but
Yeah.
critical is before. Endgame should be a draw.
No, it's quite easy for me to play it.
Yeah. Okay, that's another story, but yeah. So this position, yeah. And now you went round in circles.
I don't know. Let's check one variation. I was not so sure.
Go on.
No, instead of after 40 move. Can you-
40th move. So
So
here.
it was like this. Bishop d6. g4 still. I don't know. Let's check what.
Okay.
Why you didn't play g4?
You can play knight h4, no?
Take knight h4. Rook. No g5. G5 check.
Yes.
King g7. Rook d4.
Knight g2, no?
Knight g2. King f3. Knight e1 check or what? Yeah, I can't go. Maybe king g3. What's this?
Still some work. Mm.
Well, I can escape like knight c2.
And here.
Rook a4, bishop b4, I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I don't know, this knight is jumping. Well, I mean, it wasn't my move, I just made 40 moves, so I just more or less calculated that I'm not losing exactly, because it was like quite critical to play bishop.
Yeah.
So I'm just was wondering after 40 moves.
Okay, but there's still some work to do there anyway. But yeah, in the game, just a repetition. So okay, an interesting game. Thank you very much, guys. Okay. Good luck tomorrow.
Okay.
And we've got another result. We've got Nico Georgiadis against David Navarra. Has finished in exactly the position we had on the board earlier. Nico and David, would you just like to come to the board? We don't need to go from the beginning. It's okay. But we were just intrigued because suddenly we thought around about here, if you don't mind, I'd like to plunge in right into the game. We suddenly felt you were getting somewhere. Did you?
Yes, I hope to get something, but sorry, may I interrupt you?
Yeah, please.
I am curious about this moment because, okay, this position is obviously equal. Bishop d4 is just one of many options here, but okay, here it's equal too, of course. Here I can play queen c4, but it's nothing. White just exchanges and plays c3, and okay, it should be more or less equal, but here I'm not sure what happens after rook f4, because if I withdraw, the b7 pawn is hanging, and if I take here, there are many tactical motives, but I'm not sure if any of them works. For example, queen c1 check, bishop g1, and okay, this rook is hanging, but my rook would be hanging too, so black might even end up worse in such a position. Or not even, black might end up worse. I had some ideas like queen d8 check, queen d1 check, and okay, we both saw this, and now queen e3 loses to bishop c5, because surprisingly, white surprisingly has no checks in this position, but instead white can play queen b6, and it's a big question who is better here, what is going on, because I cannot play bishop c5 in view of queen takes f6 check with subsequent mate, so I need to do something else, but okay, my king is also pretty weak, and okay, it's a wild position, okay, but after queen d3, black should be better. I don't know how much better, but he should be better.
Just sorry,
yes.
let me interrupt saying, so Nico, you were running short of time at this moment, so
exactly.
queen d3 was just a pragmatic move.
Initially I wanted to play rook f4,
yeah,
but I saw this line, and I just saw queen e3, bishop c5, queen e8, king g7, and I thought I was losing, and I missed queen b6.
Okay.
This resource.
So this endgame, this is where we thought, David, that you started to take control. So did you think you were seriously better? Did you miss something, or what's the story?
I missed many things, but okay, I couldn't see anything significantly better anyway, because if I play h5, white can just take it and play rook d8 now. And okay, I can take the pawn, but after king g2, there is a rook d7 in the air, and basically I couldn't see anything special. I mean, I have some ideas, but I couldn't see what to do. We discussed rook c8 at this point, but it looked too slow to me, and maybe it is, I'm not sure, but okay, maybe even some move like king g7, but okay, I'm not sure. Rook c2 is probably nothing in view of rook f2.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I can take and play bishop d8, but it should not be anything. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so here I saw rook d8, and my original intention was to play bishop e7, but then white just plays rook e8 and rook h8, and okay, I can take on b2 or on a5, but it's questionable whether it is anything. Okay, what's h-pawn could be quick, and what I played was certainly not very good. I played bishop b4, and now after h4 I realized it's not so good, because my original intention was to play h5. Sorry, please let aside that I missed h4, but still my original intention was to play this. But okay, then I really don't have anything, because I have nothing, because first rook a7 is quite good here. Second, white can also play an intermediate move, and now something like rook a7, and my e6 pawn is hanging as well. So I couldn't see what to do. So I played bishop f8, which is of course a weird move. But okay, I couldn't see anything special anyway. By the way, even if white plays king g2, king f3, he is fine here. Okay, my intention was to play for something like this, a rook d8, and now black is winning some tempo. And this could be tricky, because I have king e8, king d8, but of course there is no need for white to enter this line, which is not good for him. Okay, so h5. Okay, here white has many decent options. Okay, I saw d5, which should also be fine.
Yes, me too, but I couldn't decide.
Yes.
I mean, I had to play one move.
Yes, your decision was fine. Okay, I considered king e8 and playing for the passed d pawn, but okay, it's nothing, of course, but okay, maybe. Okay, you can also give some checks here. It basically should be a draw. Okay, g5. Now I was happy for a while, but not for longer. Okay, I saw king e8, g6, but I hoped there could be something, and there is nothing, as far as I can see. Okay, so I played rook b3. I mean, I can probably repeat moves somehow, something like this, and now I have some rook h3, rook h4, but it's nothing anyway. Perhaps king g3, or maybe even king f3. Am I going to lose this? Okay, it's a serious effort, a serious attempt. I mean,
yeah, you're doing your best.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So I played e5 and also miscalculated here. But okay, it was irrelevant that I miscalculated, because black isn't better anyway. And okay, now I was a bit lucky that I'm not worse, but okay, one can hardly be worse when white has only one pawn, and I many times proved that I can make a draw in such an endgame.
Yeah.
Okay, at least I hope so, I believe so. Okay, and I did many times. Okay, rook b5. Okay, it's a bit tricky, but okay, I didn't calculate anything, because I calculated many lines yesterday, and okay, I wanted to take a rest now, and I was walking, but basically what Nico chose was quite good, but okay, even if white plays something like this, I can hardly imagine him losing such an endgame. To me, it looks like a dead draw here.
Yes, I thought the same, but the other one was just forced and
yes,
easier.
Yes, you are right. But last year I tried to force a draw in the first round, and in the end I lost because I miscalculated. But okay, I admit you calculated it better than I did last year in the first round. Not last year, 2015. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, it's a bit tricky, but of course it should be a draw.
Yeah. Okay. We were looking at this and stumbled upon the correct result.
I think every move is a draw, actually. Even bishop d2, I was calculating it. I think it's also a draw.
Maybe it is, okay.
It's a bit trickier. There's a line king f5, king g2, king e4, king g3, king e3, bishop b4, king c4, bishop f8.
Sorry, what about bishop e1? Oh, okay, fine. Bishop f8.
I saw this. b4, king h4. And okay, if b3 it's the same. And if king b5...
okay.
King h5, king a5, king g4, for instance, king a4, king f5, b3. Yeah, it's just bishop, king a3, king e4, or king e6, b2, and king d5 takes, and king d5 and a draw.
Accurate calculation. Yes.
Good.
Yes, nice.
Well calculated, both ways. Yeah, but of course, yeah, and we should say that this was the final position of the game. So, well, actually, a very interesting game. Yeah, very complicated actually.
Actually, I have one more question.
Yeah.
After the opening, just when I play knight takes f6, maybe it was not such a good move.
Knight takes f6.
Could I play knight g5 maybe?
No,
queen b3 I played. King h8, knight g5.
Okay, I don't know.
You take.
I would probably take.
Rook takes. I thought knight g4.
I haven't calculated this seriously.
There's bishop f4 maybe. I didn't see it.
Okay, maybe, but usually when I don't calculate anything seriously, it's not such a great option. So maybe knight g4.
Knight g4, bishop f4. What happens here?
Okay, it's very nice and very imaginative, but I don't believe it could be true.
Just rook takes f3. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just loses. Okay.
Yeah.
I was scared of this, and after I have played knight takes f6, I saw bishop f4, but it doesn't work.
Okay.
I saw some crazy lines. Of course, it's completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
Now after g6, white can sacrifice a queen and get some nice play along the long diagonal. So I
play queen takes
intended to
c2,
play queen takes c2, and tactics seems to work for black. Rook c1.
Bishop e4. Yeah.
Okay, queen
saw
takes.
that line.
Queen takes c8 doesn't work for many reasons. Okay, so this. And now black takes here.
Yeah.
And only black can be better, and he is.
Yes.
Well said.
Yeah.
Okay, well, listen, we'll let you go now. It was a very interesting game. And yeah, well, thank you. It's very entertaining. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your attention.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, let's give him a round of applause. Well done. So I think what we're going to do is there's just one game left, and that's this game with Noel Studer, as you can see, sweating at the board. And our impression is that, well, we can't actually see a defense for him at the moment. So I think what we'll do is we'll take a short break. And maybe we'll come back in 10 or 15 minutes. That could even be a result of the game, but we will come back and perhaps have an interview with players, and just show you the final few moves of the game anyway. So thanks for watching, but we will be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to our coverage of round 1 of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. And we have just one game remaining, and that's between Noel Studer from Switzerland and Peter Lecko from Hungary. And this, I think, has been a remarkable game. I mean, Joe, how do you think? Give us your impression of Lecko's play, for example.
Oh, Lecko's play has been tremendous. I mean, he sacrificed the exchange. He's played it before. That gives good compensation. Then we were thinking King G7 or B6, but he actually played B5, not with the idea of taking back the exchange, but with parking his bishops on E2 and D2, trying to shepherd home his c-pawn. It was just a wonderful idea. He didn't even take back the knight on H6. Yeah. He left it. I'm not sure his rook H8 to H6 was the best, but I mean the whole game was remarkably imaginative, and it looks like it's probably going to pay off. I mean,
well, we should also say that probably around about, well, at move 40, it looked to us as though Noel actually made an inaccuracy, and suddenly we think that black should win this position. So let's go through and we'll try and explain what's going on. But it's a very technical position now. Could last for many hours. I can hear the silent tinkle of glass, of ice in a glass. So I'm not sure we're going to be here for the next 2 hours. But let's see.
We could also just say just before that Studer found some good defences, I think, as well. Rook takes D2. You know, he probably actually was saving the game. Maybe blundered on move 40 with Rook H7. So I think it was quite a very good defensive idea.
Yep. So Noel has just played the bishop back to D1 with the idea of bishop C2 and king takes D2. So he's going to eliminate this dangerous pawn on D2. However, things aren't so simple. So we're thinking king G5. Now the point of this is to prevent this H-pawn advancing. And now king takes. Now we're going to be able to collect this pawn. I mean, we were playing out a variation earlier, so I think what we're going to do is we'll probably just run through this variation and show the rough strategy of what we think might happen. But first of all, black is going to collect this pawn, so white is putting up barriers, but that pawn is going to drop because, I mean, the bishop simply can't come back and defend. You know, these pawns are on. So black is picking up this pawn. Fantastic, isn't it, that after all these moves, Lecko is maintaining this dark square blockade.
Yeah, it's positional advantage. Yeah, this would be an easy draw probably if the pawns were on D4 and E3. Well, but the fact that they're...
Okay, so Joe, just talk us through the general, before we make any more moves, what's black's general strategy here?
Well, black's plan is basically to force, he can like check on the third rank and what white king will be forced back. And he's basically going to win the e-pawn by threatening, you know, zugzwangs and threatening checkmate. He'll drop the e-pawn eventually. There's no way he can hold on to the e-pawn with the mate threats. And then eventually he'll have to win the d-pawn as well. It's going to be a very long process with similar. And then once he wins the d-pawn, you know, but he's basically going to win the pawn one at a time with maybe 20 moves each, maybe more to win the d-pawn.
So let's just show this kind of thing. So for example, if the king comes here, then you know we give a check, and suddenly the king is marching in, and well, this bishop is in pretty bad shape. Yeah. So for example, something like this, and the king comes in, and
bishop has to go to a4. Now we're threatening checkmate and the e-pawn, and we have to take the e-pawn and then try and somehow win the d-pawn. It's similar. The problem for the bishop is when it defends the d-pawn, it will be on c6 probably, is the only secure square, And then it will be a long way away from the king, so we should be able to combine threats to the king and picking up the pawn at the right moment.
So, for example, something like this, and king here.
Now king e3, he can't.
So this is where it gets tricky. Let's just show one very crude way of trying to win, which actually doesn't work. So if black just very bluntly wants to sacrifice the rook here, I'm afraid it doesn't cut it, because in this position, of course, that is a stone cold draw.
Yeah.
So that's the reason that black can't play in this very simplistic way. So instead,
the only time he'll be able to sacrifice on d5 to get a one king and pawn ending is if he forces the white king to the 8th rank. It's like if he forces him to h8, g8, then he'll be able to sacrifice. So that would be an easy win. So the white king has to try and stay on this side of the pawn. But I think he's going to get forced into a corner and he's going to get checkmated.
So for example, after this, then we cut the king.
Yeah.
And then we can come back, and then we can take here, and I think we're in time in that position.
Oh, that's a winning position.
Yeah,
rook f5, king d4, take, and then after king f, you could show that variation. Maybe bishop b7, then we rook f5.
And this one is very different because the king can't reach here, and then it's game over. So that's the basic strategy. But of course, if we go back, it's not that simple. So for example, in this position, well, instead of king g1, I think it loses immediately. Then we could wait here or something. Let's see. Does this change?
Of course, we've got rook f2 check, and if king e1, rook b2, and if king g1, we have the same position as before.
Yeah.
So these are the sort of combined. At some point, there's no way white can defend this, hopefully.
So if we...
But maybe he'll try and stay over on the queen side, perhaps.
Yeah, okay. But I should just say we've reached this position. Yeah, Lecco has played the most accurate move. He's played king g5, I think. Well, if there's a guy we can rely on for good endgame technique, then that's Peter Lecco. So he's played king g5, preventing h4. And let's just go on a few moves. And as you say, maybe it might be more tenacious to keep the king on the queen side. But even so, we think this is, little by little, black is going to make progress here. Now again, this would be a draw. Well, for example, here, and ding, draw. So black can't plunge in straight away. But, okay, this is just a kind of sample variation, you could say. It takes some time, but black gets there in the end. And now we're forcing the king back. Or, for example, if bishop d3, rook h4, and again, we've got a kind of Zugzwang position. This is coming. Yeah, can't play bishop f1, stop it. This one drops. And if the bishop comes back, rook h3, and again we're making progress. Well, if the king comes all the way back here, it's going to be over very, very quickly. So, for example, here, and just got to watch out for that little trick, but I think we can collect that one very easily. What's the simplest?
Rook h2 to d2, maybe, and then push the e pawn.
Rook h2, that'll do. Yeah. Okay, it's just winning. And push. Yeah. For example. Okay, so black has to be careful, but we think that it's always possible to make progress. That's the thing. Black can go round and round in circles, and if nothing comes off, you can always reset. But even objectively, it seems to us that black can always make progress.
Even if there was a way to draw, it's going to be a nightmare. With the 30 seconds finish, you know, it's almost impossible. There'll be lots of little tricks, but I'm sure it's winning objectively. I think it's winning. You know.
So we think that that's going to be a win. I don't think we're going to go to the end of the game. As I said, the silent dinner gong I can hear. But perhaps we should have a quick look at the pairings for tomorrow, and maybe if we have some scores as well. Oh, there we go! Fantastic! As if by magic, the pairings appear. So we have Ruslan Ponomaryov against Peter Leko. Who's favourite there?
I think nobody's favourite. Obviously Ponomaryov's got white, but Leko's very solid. Maybe Ponomaryov will push a bit if Leko's has a very long game, but I predict it's got the makings of a draw, but it could be an interesting game. You know, it should be an interesting game.
We have Ho Yifan against Noel Studer.
Well, I think Ho Yifan will fancy her chances to have 2 out of 2 start, but Noel's a tough customer. But this is, she must be favourite, of course, but.
And then we have David Navarre against Alexander Morozevich. Well, you know, I think it's going to be interesting to see how Morozevich does. He seems, after this first game, a little bit brittle to me.
Yeah, Navarre is it's not probably the opponent he would like, I would say, after losing that game with black. Navarre is very stable, his chess. Could be a tricky game for Morozevich, I predict, tomorrow. But anything could happen.
Absolutely. I mean, they're both fantastic calculators and very imaginative players. So that could be very interesting. Then we have Pantala Harikrishna against Nico Georgiadis.
Well, I think probably Harikrishna is going to be pressing, but Nico's quite a good defender, as we saw today. So, you know, somewhere between a win and a draw for white. And you never know, but I mean, Harikrishna doesn't make many mistakes.
And Etienne Dacro against Rafael Vaganian.
Well, I think we'll see tomorrow if Vaganian has still got it. I mean, today he sort of quite an easy draw with white pieces he went for, and tomorrow is going to be a real test.
Yeah.
And Dacro will obviously be, gunning for him tomorrow.
Okay, so I don't know if we can see the scores, but yeah,
Dacro started with 2 whites, so he'll be. At
the moment, Ho Yifan leads the tournament after her win, but we are anticipating that Peter Leko is going to join her in first place after this first round. But I think we could be waiting quite a long time for that result. So I think we're going to actually draw our coverage to a close today. It's fantastic first round.
Yeah, full of, this game is still going on. It was a wonderful game. And we saw Morozevich choosing an incredible sacrifice rather than probably continuing in a slower way, which would have given him the advantage, we think. But not so easy, not an easy game, but his choice of variation was a bit crazy.
But I think this game between Noel Studer and Peter Leko,
I think this is a wonderful game. I mean,
this is our game of the day.
It's definitely game of the day. It could be a game of the tournament already. But the most exciting game, hopefully. We didn't look too much. Maybe Leko messed it up a little bit around move in the third time control. We sort of got sidetracked.
Let's not quibble. No. He played a fantastic game. Okay, I think we're going to leave it there. We can see the players still going on. Could take a long time. So we're going to wrap up our coverage for today, but do join us again for round 2 of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. They start at 2 o'clock. We'll probably start a little bit after that, maybe 15 minutes after that. So do join us then on the same channels, and thanks very much for watching.
Okay, thank you.